The Town Council meeting of November 7th, 2023 to order. I'll ask the clerk to take the roll call, please.
Councilmember Ennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudis?
Here.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Here.
Mayor Risto?
Here. Thank you. The next part of our meeting, the best way to launch it, is with the Pledge of Allegiance. And this is really special. We have, hold on. Is it listed on here? Oh, Girl Scout Troop 60879. So I'm going to call you up to the front. Wow, I was a Girl Scout, but I don't think I ever got to show up at a public meeting and do the Pledge of Allegiance, so I'm a little envious. Okay, so here we have Girl Scout Troop 60879. All of them, I think, except for one member of your troop, right, tonight? What a great showing. Okay, and so let's see. Oh, you're at Stratford School, San Jose Middle. I was just at the ribbon cutting for the newest Los Gatos school this morning with the pre-K and kindergartners, so future Girl Scouts maybe. And here's what they tell me about their favorite activities and subjects. Our troop enjoys camping in the great outdoors and are looking forward to Pinnacles National Park. Oh my gosh. As entrepreneurs, we work hard during cookie season. This past year, this troop sold 9,373 boxes of cookies, and they're using a portion of the proceeds to donate to the National Marine Sanctuaries and for a trip to the Great Wolf Lodge. I want to be a Girl Scout leader. You guys pick good places to go to. And the Girl Scouts we have here, I'll just have you give a little wave, is Anya and Anna, Anushka, Claire, Alyssa, Florence, Liu, Maddie, Peggy, Sarah, Serena, Skyla, Vanya, Victoria, and Vishaka. And you were put in alphabetical order, so that's the order I read you in. Anyway, so for community service, most recently they helped the elementary campus at the Stratford Schools Los Gatos with the school garden and a Don't Trash Our School video campaign. The troop has also participated in posters for healthcare workers, holiday cards, and blessing bags for the community. Well, that's really outstanding. You're starting a life as leaders and service, and our community is in great shape already, and I'm looking forward to seeing the leadership out of you in the future. So now I'm going to ask who is it that is going to be taking the microphone and leading the pledge. All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. I guess we'll take a quick photo. All right, let's give them a hand. All right. So thank you, Girl Scouts, and you are welcome to stay for this meeting as long as you like. It is also okay if you've got a lot of homework or at some point the meeting goes really long, you can get up and leave. You're not required to stay. All right, this is a great way to learn about democracy because local government affects the things that affect you the most. So we're happy to have you here. All right, our next item is moving to a report on closed session. I'll go to the town attorney.
Thank you. Last week, the town council met in closed session to discuss two items. The first was the annual performance evaluation for the town manager and town attorney. And the second item was potential litigation. There was no action taken to report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to council matters. This is the time when members of the town council report out on activities they've been doing outside of our meetings since our last regularly scheduled meeting, which was about 3 weeks ago. So I try to mix it up every week. I'll go to Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting I attended the Police Foundation recognition with, I think, all the other council members except Councilmember Moore. Unfortunately, weren't able to make it. It was a very good celebration. We celebrated the dedication of our officers where they've gone above and beyond to provide service and solve difficult problems in our community. There was some very interesting stories and I guess some heroism in it. We also recognized the overtime commitment of some of our officers and dispatchers. We had a dispatcher that put in over 1,000 hours of overtime, so we really want to appreciate them. We were a little short on dispatchers early in the year, so this was important to get us through. I think we've recovered since. We had several officers that also put in over 500 hours of overtime, so appreciate all the extra efforts of our police department. On 10/27, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Executive Committee, and on 10/30, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee. 11/2, I attended the VTA board meeting, and as the PAC chair, Policy Advisory Committee chair, I gave the PAC committee meeting report to the board, and I emphasized some of the light rail elements in the Valley Transit Plan 2050. Currently, they're emphasizing completing the light rail completion to East Ridge on the east side, which seems appropriate, but the 2050 plan didn't have bringing the light rail down to the Vasona station, which was a kind of distant plan, and people in Los Gatos might want to have the light rail come down to us closer. I did emphasize with them, and part of the, backing up a little, the reason that's been de-emphasized is we really don't have the ridership projections with the density that we have, but I wanted to make sure that they realized with all the applications we have coming in, assuming they get built, that the equation could change significantly coming in the future. And although I thought the VTP 2050 plan was good as it is, it'll be redone in 10 years. But sometime before that, we may want to start thinking about bringing the light rail the rest of the way down into Los Gatos as we see more developments not far from that station, the North 40. You know, we may be seeing some other off of Winchester and Knowles and so forth. So made that clear to start thinking about Los Gatos next after they finish the light rail to East Ridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. It's always so exciting to see young people in this room and people getting involved young in civic engagement. It's so gratifying. I'm young now, and I was not that young when I got involved, so you're way ahead of the game. I'd first like to acknowledge that while Los Gatos and most cities in Santa Clara County do not have an election this evening, tonight is election night. So there's a few elections happening in Santa Clara County and a number happening around the country, so important to pay attention to. And that also marks 1 year since I was elected, along with half of us up here. We're reelected to this council, and I just want to say that this year has been one of the most fulfilling and meaningful and gratifying experiences of my entire life. I feel very humbled to get to serve in this role, so thank you all. I was invited to a Bellwood community meeting, Bellwood being a community in East Los Gatos, to discuss the proposed sale of a property that's within their neighborhood. And about 75 people showed up. There's only about 400 people that live in that neighborhood, so they're a very engaged neighborhood. And it was a very productive conversation about, trying to share about the role of the town in the development process, and also the role of neighborhoods and all of that, and trying to, help all of us get to a place where folks can be happy with the direction their neighborhoods are moving in. It was very productive, and I think it's always good to have those sorts of community meetings to hear from folks, and also for me to learn. Over the weekend, I went on a ride-along, and it was excellent. With our Los Gatos Police Department, I went on a ride-along with an officer who has served in our department for 25 years, or nearly 25 years, and he shared his immense wisdom from a long history with the department. He continually emphasized how much our police department is one that really strives to embody community policing, and has been doing that for a very long time, long before that sort of became a popular term in policing. And I really enjoyed the experience. A few really great takeaways I had is that one thing that the corporal really emphasized was the importance of good communication in terms of de-escalation and talking with neighbors and getting to know people. He said that was one of the things that he valued most in our officers, and that we have officers that really can communicate well. He shared that while we're very lucky to not have major criminal activity in Los Gatos, we're obviously not without our challenges, and that he sees a real uptick in mental health calls. And so I'll just say that, it's, I think, one of the most important things to help with that is to check in on those around us, our friends and family and all of that. So I'll highlight that. And then another thing that he highlighted was car and bike accidents that happen quite a bit in Los Gatos, and that they're no joke, and they can be, serious and life-altering. And so he shared that the most that he sees are on Shannon Road. So if you're ever biking up over Shannon or Kennedy, up around there, please be careful. The ride-along really, showed me how much our department is really clearly committed to the Los Gatos community. And so the next time you see a police officer in Los Gatos, give them a wave and thank you. I had a number of very productive meetings related to homelessness. The mayor might touch on one of them. And I also met with Governor Gavin Newsom, senior advisor on homelessness, which was really helpful. There's this woman who's working statewide on homelessness and trying to work with a bunch of different cities on and trying to share kind of wins and how to better approach those issues. So that was very productive. I listened to Kim Shuck and our very own poet laureate for a really neat poetry reading at the Los Gatos Library yesterday for Native American Heritage Month. And one thing that Kim Shuck, who was the poet laureate of San Francisco, shared was that she said she writes a poem every single day, and that most of them are not good, but the more she writes them, the more they get good. So I really liked that. Helped me, encouraged me in my writing. The last thing I'll share is that I was at Domus and the Butter Paddle today, which are two great retail stores in Los Gatos, and I just want to encourage everyone to shop local for the holidays. It's super easy to turn to Amazon and shop for things online, but it was so exciting when we had the ribbon cutting for Domus and all these great stores. But if you like having them in town, you have to shop at them. So I encourage folks in town to shop local as much as they can. And then I also have my councilmember community coffee this Friday. I have openings at 9:15 and 9:30. If you'd like to join, just shoot me an email. Thanks a ton.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. On October 20th, I met with the director of Live Oak Nutrition and discussed some of their struggling budget challenges with providing meals for lower income folks. And they have a very significant shortfall, mostly because not only of inflation, but because they have almost doubled the number of meals that are being requested and given. So we're working with them. I participated in a meeting of the Older Adults Thrive Foundation on Tuesday, the Initiatives and Publicity Committee, working on some ideas for events and publicity for our new foundation for older adults. And I also had a very interesting event that I attended on the 26th, the Bay Area Housing Corporation, which is a nonprofit headquartered here in Los Gatos, right in Forbes Mill, where they provide housing for folks who have developmental needs. And they have a variety of different housing types, and they hosted a fantastic fundraising event at Campo de Bachi. I met with folks from the Gatos neighborhood, walked at the site and discussed the proposals and changes that are likely coming to that neighborhood. And then I had a couple of more meetings with folks from the Foundation for Older Adults during the week of the 30th. And then I attended a very interesting free speech event right here in the Town Plaza Park last Saturday. It was a commemoration and a remembrance for those who have been kidnapped. And there was a very touching exhibition of shoes of, I don't know how many, maybe 200 pairs of shoes, and a description of the people who have been abducted in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. It was a very interesting event because there were no speeches that I saw. It was just this commemoration and walking around and reading about these people. It was very, very well done. And that brings me to tonight, so that's it.
Thank you. I'll turn to our Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. On October 19th, I also attended the Police Foundation Recognition Luncheon. Officers were honored for acts of courage in protecting our residents and also for working several hours of overtime while understaffed, and that also includes our dispatchers. On October 26th, I attended a meeting of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. We received progress reports on senior roadmap goals to be finalized for council review. On October 31st, something fun, I attended the Halloween festivities in the Almond Grove neighborhood. The crowd was well behaved, along with the weather, making for a thriving community event. On November 1st, I met with the Executive Director of West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority in advance of our board meeting. And on November 2nd, I participated in a meeting of the West Valley Clean Water Authority. We considered changing the name to West Valley Storm Management Authority as a future agenda item. And on November 2nd, same day, later that night, I participated in a meeting of the West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority and received a performance report on service from West Valley Collection and Recycling. Due to several complaints of missed pickups, the board unanimously approved assessing $27,000 in liquidated damages. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's see, there's quite a few events other people mentioned that I attended, including the Police Foundation Recognition Luncheon. I just want to thank the Police Foundation and the chief for, as they pointed out, just taking a moment to be able to, our police department's very busy. All of our town employees are very, very busy. And it's nice when there's a moment that you can take to just celebrate accomplishments and recognize people's hard work. The manager and I chose the restaurant. Our monthly West Valley Mayors and Managers meeting was at the new Parkside restaurant the other week, and it was a nice opportunity to show off to mayors and managers from 4 other cities our newest restaurant, and they were quite impressed. And I was at the ribbon cutting for Parkside last night, and among all the happy discussion about how great it is that this restaurant's open right on the plaza, the owners were quite effusive about our town staff and the process, and they were quite grateful for all of the work of the town. So I thought I would pass that on. I also attended the Bay Area Housing Corp Bocce Bash, and it is amazing when you're on the council and you attend a variety of events, sometimes you don't realize all of the good work that so many community organizations and members are doing and the difference it can make in people's lives. And this fundraiser was for the work that this group does, where they can take a home and modify it so that people with intellectual or developmental disabilities can remain in the community, can remain in their house. So, there's always good work going on. We're not always aware of it, but it's really a privilege to be able to get a glimpse of that and realize what a special giving community we have. On the 27th of October, I attended Eden Housing 55th anniversary celebration in Hayward. Eden builds affordable housing. They were the developer for the 100% affordable senior apartments in Walnut Grove, it's called, in the North 40. And the work they've done over the 55 years is just astounding. And it takes a lot of dedication and creativity to put together the grants and the loans it takes to build affordable housing. So it was great to see that and hear all the lives they've changed by making sure that everybody has housing. On the 30th, the town manager and Councilmember Moore and I met with Supervisor Simidian and some of his staff members and some members of our faith-based community who are supporting the unhoused to talk about how to make sure that we can get some assistance from the county ongoing in terms of our work to support our most vulnerable residents. And we'll see what the next steps are with that. I attended the YWCA 33rd Annual Inspire Luncheon, where the funds raised there were for programs and services continuing to change the lives of women and family in our community. And underlining Inspire, the speaker this year was Erin Brockovich. So Girl Scouts, if you don't know who that is, I've got a movie for you to watch. But it was pretty impressive to be able to meet her and listen to her and, talk about one person seeing an issue and making a big difference. Let's see, on the 3rd, starting this year, San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan has been convening the mayors of the 15 Santa Clara Valley cities. And so we had our meeting there in partnership with the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And one of the things that was discussed was what are the biggest issues for each of our communities. And the things that bubbled up, which will be no surprise to anyone watching this meeting, included housing, homelessness, and local control versus state housing laws. So there was some good discussion there and hopefully some collaboration moving forward. On the 5th, Sunday morning, I was privileged to attend the United Methodist Church dedication of their Central Plaza and their new oak tree. So this congregation had an oak tree that was 150 years old that became diseased and a couple of years ago had to be taken down. And it was really sad because, people thought about how many generations had been under that tree. There were students that were receiving their confirmation that remembered when they were in preschool playing under that tree. And so they got together and decided they needed a new tree. And so I was able to be there to help with the dedication of that tree. And, we just talked about how you plant a tree for the future. And 150 years from now, hopefully that tree will still be here. So that was pretty cool. I've met with a variety of residents to talk about housing, traffic safety, fire safety, code enforcement. And I've been at a variety of ribbon cuttings, including this morning at the new second campus. Councilmember Moore was there as well. The opening of the second Los Gatos campus for Stratford School. So it was quite a celebration. And clearly, we have a lot of students ready and eager to learn and a lot of people ready to, teachers coming in and ready to help move our next generation forward. So lots of busy stuff going on. With that, I will move to manager matters.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. A couple of announcements for you. On Friday, our recruitment for all of our boards and commissions end. So please visit the town website, the town clerk's office in particular, for application details. There are lots of great opportunities and ways for people to volunteer here with the town. Next week, on November 15th, our Planning Commission is holding a special meeting to discuss and consider its recommendation regarding the housing element. Everyone who's interested in that topic is welcome to join us. And then thirdly, we are having our annual winter celebration on Friday, December 1st. This is the special time that is really a magical evening in Los Gatos where a child will be able to light the Christmas tree for the holidays. We have Santa coming, and there are other winter celebrations happening this year. So we're broadening the diversity of offerings this year, and we're really excited. So please come join us on December 1st at Town Plaza Park. Thank you.
Thank you. And then it's not a town event, but it is a huge event. The next day, on the 2nd, is the holiday parade, which I imagine perhaps the Girl Scouts might even be in, and so will the council members. All right, and so will about 1,000 other people. Next, we'll move to the consent calendar. On our consent items 1 through 12, we've got a variety of items here that are generally non-controversial, pretty basic. There's reports included with all of them, but if there's not a desire to pull one off, we can vote for them all together. So first, I will look to see if there's any member of the public who wanted to speak on the consent calendar, and I do not have any cards. Unfortunately, Zoom is not working for me. I keep getting kicked off, so for the night, I'm going to just rely on the clerk to let me know if anyone is on Zoom or they have their hand raised for any item.
No one has their hand raised.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll close the public comment, and I will turn to my fellow council members for motion, discussion, if anything needs to. Councilmember Rennie.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 12, and note that, and that includes on item 10, we have a desk item change on the, what do you call it? The
AARP?
Yeah, the resolution on that. So that my motion includes the new resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I'll second, and I just wanted to thank the mayor and the town manager for putting forward the membership in AARP, and with the help of Mr. Picro, this is an important step for our older adults in town, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0. All right, so with that, we will move to verbal communications. This is the portion of the meeting where any member of the public can speak to the council for up to 3 minutes on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda, but is pertaining to something before the council, something that is under our jurisdiction. So I don't know who's on Zoom, but I always take the room first, and I will call on Joseph Enns.
Joseph Enns, thank you very much, Council. I don't have a lot to say. I really support our police department, and I had worked at the police department, and there's things I don't want to bring up here, but I'm glad that Chief Jamie Field's doing a great job. She's got some bad officers, and they got to go. That's just the bottom line, and I'm not going to be discriminated against. So that's what's going on. I have nothing to report. I think they're doing a really good job. Just a couple bad officers, and they got to go. Bye.
Thank you. Those are the only cards I have in the room. If you want to speak on verbal, please come forward and bring your card with you. You can give it to the clerk after you speak. Lee Fago.
Thank you. Good evening. That was really nice to hear our scouts lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and also to hear what all the council members have been doing, as well as the town staff on our behalf. So thank you. I did want to comment on one thing. The Christmas tree in the town plaza, this year is the 100th anniversary of that tree. It was put up by the Los Gatos History Club 100 years ago on December the 1st. So another item to celebrate together as a community. And I just wanted to share that as you were talking about the tree on the plaza. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fago. And we will definitely be calling that out at the tree lighting, and we'll have some displays about that. So thank you. I have no more cards. I'll turn to the clerk. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
We have one member on Zoom, Aubrey.
All right, Aubrey, you may unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Aubrey Mastrangelo. I'm the Division Director of Mental Health Services with Bill Wilson Center. You might be familiar with us. We're a local nonprofit here in Santa Clara County. I'm here this evening to just share with the community that that November is Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month. This is a nationwide campaign every November to increase awareness about homelessness among youth and young adults in our community. You all know, many of you already spoke on the needs in our county. Santa Clara County has the third highest population of homeless individuals in the entire nation, and 12% of those are under 24 years of age. Actually, San Jose alone has the highest per capita youth and young adult homelessness in the nation. So why is this important? Well, the longer an individual is unhoused, the longer it takes, the costlier it is to help them transition into permanent housing. And so we really focus on timely support to help young adults gain adequate employment, skills for independent living, to increase the likelihood that they can avoid becoming a chronically homeless adult. Bill Wilson Center, we've been serving homeless youth and young adults in Santa Clara County for 50 years. We serve clients anywhere as young as age 12 years old who have maybe run away from home or been kicked out of home, to older youth and young adults between the ages of 18 and 24. We really try to provide integrated care. So in addition to offering immediate shelter options, we have, linkage to healthcare. Obviously, my team helps with the mental health services, job training, financial literacy, education support, substance use treatment, all that good stuff. Because we know the vast majority of youth and young adults who end up unhoused, it's often because they've experienced a lot of traumas in their life. And we provide services all throughout the county, including Los Gatos, of course. So if you want to know more about our agency or the work we're doing, you can check out our website at billwilsoncenter.org. And if you know a young person who is homeless, and remember that includes couch surfing, right? They might not be staying on the streets, but they might not have a stable place to live. They can contact our Here For You call center. That's also on the website for immediate referral. And also, I just want to finally invite everyone to join our Greenlight Walk. It's this Friday at 5:30. We start at San Jose City Hall, and then we proceed to our drop-in center, which is located in downtown San Jose. It's just a chance to, again, highlight the issue of youth homelessness. You can bring anyone, your friends, your family, your school, your church, your business, and join us to help end youth homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. All right. Do we have any other hands on Zoom?
There are no more hands.
Okay. We have a card coming forward. All right. You just made it under the wire. Any other cards? Anybody else in the room thinking of speaking? Because this will be our last speaker. Okay. Lindley.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to young Rob here. I notice a lot in the past that you refer to the United States as a democracy. And I just want to be really clear to all of our lovely
if you could please
leaders
address the
here
council and
that,
face us.
That we are not a democracy. We hear that a lot in the news, but those are the people who must not be very educated, because we're not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. It's very different. And one of the main reasons why it's different is a democracy means that if I bribe you to vote a certain way, I only need one person, and I can flip the vote. And we don't want that, because that would mean that tyranny would take over really quickly. So you should really stop talking about us being a democracy. Also, last time you spoke, young Rob, you referred to Hamas as being a far-right group. I think that was a very big mistake. I think that you insulted a lot of people in this country. I think you owe a lot of people an apology. I also would like to remind everyone that, well, first of all, the media doesn't tell a lot of things, so you probably missed the part where Gavin Newsom, our governor, he invited the world's homeless to California. So thanks to our governor, we have recruited, like, basically opened up the gates to the whole world's population of homelessness so that all of us taxpayers here in our state, we get to pay for the world's homeless. So I think that we really need to think about the legislation and the people who we're voting for, because it's going to hurt all of us in the long run. I feel like that's probably about it, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will close verbal and move on to, our first item. So that is item 13, and I will turn to our town manager for the report.
Actually, Nicole Burnham has joined us via Zoom and will give the report.
Thank you. I apologize for not looking at the screen. Welcome, Director Burnham.
No problem. Thank you. It's nice to be here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a follow-up item and implementation of the Council direction that was given on October 17th of 2023, which was to convert the Parks Commission to a Parks and Sustainability Commission. So the item includes a new resolution and modifications to the town code to make the changes that Council had directed prior. And with that, I can open it up to questions.
All right. Do any council members have questions? So I just wanted to clarify that when we made that last vote, essentially there were other places in the code where there's a reference to the Parks Commission, and so we need to make sure that that change is complete everywhere by vote. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. So there's a resolution creating Parks and Sustainability Commission, and I'll invite the town attorney to correct me if I'm misspeaking, but a resolution to create Parks and Sustainability Commission, and then modifications to the town code that expand the definition, the name of the commission, and also its roles to include certain elements of sustainability as they relate to the natural landscape.
Thank you, Director.
That's correct.
Okay. So I don't see any hands from council members, so I'll open public comment on this item. I have no cards. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. With that, I will close the public comment on this item and turn to my council members for discussion or a motion. Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, I had a question. We've added the word sustainability to the commission, and I think there's some words about sustainability pertaining to the natural environment. And I'm just wondering, is that a sufficient definition of sustainability, or do we need to explain what we mean by sustainable and whether it includes other kinds of sustainability that's often grouped together, that's social and economic sustainability also? So just looking for some clarity, is the intention to really focus on environmental sustainability?
If I can jump in, if I recall correctly from the discussion and the motion that we passed last time, it was to change the Parks Commission name, and then next year we would work on their enabling resolution, or not their enabling resolution, but what the priorities would be and have a discussion with them. I think we left that, but I'll check with the town manager. I mean, I think we were just talking about the name and then later going to try and figure out what they can add to their workload.
Well, actually, the council did have a lot of interest in the sustainability topic, and during our last conversation, it was a pretty broad discussion. And quite frankly, when we started talking as well about our resources, we recognized that we really don't have the capacity to take on the full definition of sustainability, economic, equity, social, et cetera. So really, we have the capacity to handle the natural environment. And we have a lot of sustainability action items in our 2040 general plan that cross many town departments. So given our resources, given that this is a new charge, it seemed, and the spirit of the conversation from council at the last discussion, that the focus on nature and our tree work and some of the other things that were already scheduled for the commission's consideration seemed like a good place to start. And of course, the council will be welcome over time to add to that scope. We can always modify the enabling resolution as resources and other needs come forward.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I recall with our discussion, and I think it's reflected in the word sustainability pertaining to the natural environment that's in the resolution. The thing that is missing for me is, what does sustainability mean? Because that's not a self-evident term. And so I was going to suggest some language maybe we consider either now or in the future, which is meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that's comes from a number of reports, and the Brundtland report and some others that talk about sustainability efforts of government. I just find that the resolution is a little bit lacking about what is sustainability? What do we mean by that?
And for council's consideration, that is a very common definition. And while Director Burnham is remote, I think on behalf of the staff, we would, if that's the interest of the council, we can make that modification to the enabling resolution accordingly.
Okay, so am I hearing a motion then?
Are there other comments?
Or comments?
That was a second.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to turn that into a motion, Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, so I move to approve the resolution and to add the words of definition meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs.
Okay, and then we have a second from Councilmember Moore.
Second.
I'm not seeing hands for a discussion, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0.
Excuse,
Oh, and we have to read the title. Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm that that also included introduction of the ordinance.
Yes, I'm sorry. I meant to include that.
Thank you. Let's
Thank
make sure we don't miss any details. So
Yes.
and that's good with the seconder and everybody. Okay. So do we need to vote again? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. No one opposed. So this motion passes unanimously. Okay. We had a few little hiccups there. So now will the clerk read the title?
It's not necessary because it's listed on the agenda.
Okay.
So there's a new practice where now the full title is listed on the agenda. So it's a little change in how the agenda looks, and it removes the need to read the title.
Okay. So with that, I will close this item. And we're still hiccuping through some of our resolutions these days. And next, we'll go to item 14, which is the modification to the potential modifications to the proposed joint powers agreement. And I'll turn to Town Manager for the report.
Thank you. The Cities Association is the grouping of the 15 cities within Santa Clara County. They've been meeting since 1990 as an unincorporated association. Back in 2017, it was recognized that it was time for the organization to figure out some more formal structure. After looking at a variety of models, the board decided to pursue a joint powers authority. And before you is the draft agreement setting forth the stipulations and provisions for this new joint powers authority. It cleans up a lot of the lessons learned that we've seen over the past few years. It creates a very solid structure. It would allow for each city to join as a member agency. And once this agreement is final through the board, it would come back to our town council for your endorsement, and then we would become formal members. The board has been giving a lot of consideration to the dues structure because that is something that is a concern to many of the cities. The board has decided to maintain the exact dues structure that we have today. So even if not all 15 members choose to join, our rate would remain exactly the same. The board obviously would have to make some budgetary choices with a reduced budget, but there is a commitment to make sure that, that the member agencies are not asked to do anything more. The city attorneys for each of the cities, as well as our town attorney, the city managers, as well as myself, we have all been involved in the preparation of the agreement. The city managers themselves had a long list of questions that the board has now addressed, and modifications have been incorporated into the agreement. So from a staff perspective, we're comfortable with it, but we wanted to bring this to your attention so that way if there are any changes that you would like to see, we can communicate them to the board prior to Thursday's meeting. Councilmember Rennie is our representative to the Cities Association Board. And with us this evening, we're really pleased and happy to welcome Mayor Klein from the city of Sunnyvale, who's a current board member and has been with us on this journey since for many, many years when Councilmember and Mayor Syak was the president of the board. We started working on this way back then. So it's really kind of a pleasure to be at this point in the process, and we are available to answer any questions and take your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Klein. Welcome. Do we have any questions from council members right now? All right, well then I'll open the public comment portion of this. And I don't have any cards, but I think Mayor Klein would like to say something, and then I don't know if there's anyone on Zoom. Welcome.
Sure. So thank you for having me here. I haven't been on this side of a council meeting for some time, so I appreciate a chance to speak on this item for just a short period of time. I'm here for any questions. You know, I was, as was said, this has been a long path. We had the issue of the idea of changing what the organization is, and the Cities Association of Santa Clara County has been around for more than 30 years, and there's always been this kind of how it was incorporated might not have always been the best thing, and as we continue to look at things from an executive board several years ago, pre-COVID, we figured out that we should be, you know, from either a tax standpoint or in talking to, you know, our attorneys as well as talking to our accountant, there should be a better form, especially when you start looking at, you know, definitely retaining the current due structure in place, but moving to a JPA would actually give us a little more flexibility in taking donations and how we run events and things of that nature. And for me, I think, you know, in being on the executive board, previously being back on the board and being now back on the executive board, I found a lot of value in this organization. What has been doing from the planning collaborative and other efforts around the county. This is the one organization that kind of covers any topic that happens in the county. And the other positive thing is it's one vote per city. And I really do think that it sees small, medium, large cities all the same. And we've actually had some of the comments from we've had one city that voted not to join the JPA, and one of their comments was specifically that they would like to see basically proportional voting, which I don't think is in the spirit of what this organization really is. And so from my standpoint, you know, I really think that there's a lot of value in this organization, and you know, I'm hoping that that your city is one of the different new cities that will be joining the JPA. Earlier today, San Jose became the 8th city to join the JPA under consent. Half of those are under consent. Half of those were seen at council. Palo Alto was one of the cities that was not going to join, and they joined unanimously last week. So in general, we're on our way to get to at least 9 or 10 by the end of the night. My guess is tonight we're seeing Los Gatos, Montserrano, Santa Clara, and Campbell. So we'll have another city or two by the end of the evening. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Councilmember Hudes and then Vice Mayor. I see two hands.
Thank you very much. And I've come to appreciate the work that Cal Cities does, and that the especially the Legislative Action Committee that I've participated in, and it seems like this is an important step forward for sustainability of the organization. So I guess I wanted, you've been around to a number of cities. Are there any specific objections that we should be aware of? You know, particularly you mentioned one city. I understand in our staff report that Gilroy and Milpitas have chosen not to move forward. And are there other significant modifications that have been suggested by other members?
So I think Milpitas, so Gilroy suspended their operation, and suspended their membership in Cities Association. They might be undertaking that again in the upcoming year after the JPA is formed. Milpitas surprisingly came through with a list of issues that were, let's say, had their impetus from Palo Alto, and ultimately Palo Alto ended up approving that. And so even things like, and so there were a few issues. They had some questions about the value of the JPA, or the value of moving to a JPA, and this is what's taken about 5 years of discussions and working with council and talking about other alternatives. There is value in moving to the JPA, and that was one of the things that they questioned, that, well, we could fix the current organization. It's like, no, moving to the JPA is the most efficient and, I'll say, sustainable solution from a city standpoint, or from a organizational standpoint, as far as that's concerned. Some of their other issues, was one of which was they had questions about the cost, and that was one of the things that we talked about is, well, moving into the JPA, we would maintain all of those fees exactly the same, the membership dues exactly as they are right now, so kind of getting rid of that issue. And then the proportional voting, which I thought was kind of an interesting thing. Milpitas has often, let's say, duplicated some of San Jose's questions, and San Jose finally, because San Jose, being the biggest city, had previously said that they always wanted proportional voting. Finally, they gave in on that issue, saying there is value in being the one city per vote. And I think that was one of the biggest issues.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Vice Mayor.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mayor Klein. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Do we have any hands on Zoom? Because I don't have any other cards.
There are no hands on Zoom.
Okay, then I'll close the public comment and turn to my council members for discussion, a motion. Council Member Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is great. I think this is really important. When I was coming in as a new council member, I was talking, I can't remember who I was talking to. It might have been former Mayor Sayak. And I was asking her what the city's association was. I was like, oh, is it a JPA? And she said, well, no, but you can basically think of it as that. And so I think that this makes a lot of sense, and I think everything in the staff report makes a lot of sense. So, and I think the JPA, what they ended up coming together is actually it seems very, very similar to the existing structure. It's just a JPA now, which I think will benefit us all. So I'd be happy to move this forward unless anybody else has any comments.
Go for it.
Okay, great. Then I will make a motion to, to approve of the proposed joint powers agreement to create the Cities Association of Santa Clara County Joint Powers Agency. Town Attorney, please let me know if that was right.
I'm not sure if it'll be executed by the mayor or the town manager, but perhaps authorize the town manager to execute it as well.
Okay, great. And authorize the town manager to execute on that.
All right, we have a motion. Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, I'll second. I do have a comment. There was something in the staff report about, which was not part of the contract, but but there was talk about a consumer price index adjustment for dues in future years. Since this is in front of us, I just wanted to register my concern about that. I think that since the Cities Association doesn't provide contractually specified services, and the increases would be used for strategic and policy purposes, so I think any increase should be decided by the members rather than by a CPI automatic. But it's just a comment.
Okay, so we've got that comment. So is that part of the motion or? Okay, no, just a comment. Okay, perfect. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? I'm just glad after these years to see this come forward. So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion passes unanimously. You have city number 9. Thank you. Have a good evening. All right. So with that, we will move to item 15, and we'll go to our Associate Planner, Shootman.
Good evening. On October 16th, the Town Council introduced the annexation for 15810 Los Gatos Boulevard and set a date for consideration for this evening's meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to hear any protests and adopt the resolution provided in Attachment 1 with Exhibits A and B. This completes my presentation, but we are available for any questions.
Thank you. It looks like this is not a technicality, but this is part of the process where we have to hear if anyone comes forward to protest. So I'll open public comment. I don't have any cards from anyone in the room. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I'll close public comment, and it looks like we have no protests against this annexation. So do we need a motion? Okay, so Vice Mayor Badami.
With no objections, then I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move to adopt a resolution in Attachment 1, making determinations and approving the reorganization of an uninhabited area designated as Los Gatos Boulevard number 20, approximately 0.521 acres, located at 15810 Los Gatos Boulevard, APN 523-01-001.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right. With that, we will move to, I'm having trouble going back and forth on my iPad here. We'll now go to item 16. And Ms. Shootman.
Good evening. On October 3rd, the Town Council adopted a resolution to amend the general plan to include a description of the housing element overlay zone and introduced an ordinance to amend the town code to modify the affordable housing overlay zone to be the housing element overlay zone. Due to an error in the description of the project for the legal advertisement, not including the Planning Commission's recommendation, the item has been renoticed for the Town Council's consideration. Since the October 3rd meeting, staff has made further edits to the ordinance to clarify that a mixed-use project must contain a residential use that occupies more than 50% of the total floor area pursuant to Government Code Section 65583.2. This evening, the Council will consider 2 items related to the housing element. The first being the resolution to amend the 2020 General Plan land use element to include the description of the housing element overlay zone as provided in Attachment 8 of the addendum report that was provided yesterday. And secondly, an ordinance affecting an amendment to the town code to replace the affordable housing overlay zone with the housing element overlay zone as provided in Attachment 2. The ordinance provided in Attachment 2 for the amendment to the town code does not include applying the housing element overlay zone to a specific property. Application of the overlay to the site's inventory of the housing element will be discussed as agenda items 17 through 20 this evening. Additionally, staff met with the town's HCD reviewer this afternoon and received preliminary feedback on the draft revised housing element that was submitted to HCD on October 2nd. Topics of discussion included the timelines and language of the implementation programs, additional local data and knowledge of the town and at a regional level related to the AFFH analysis, and analysis provided for the Senate Bill 9 projections. The town's HCD reviewer did not provide direction to staff that there was a need to add or remove sites from the site's inventory. This completes staff's presentation, but we are available for any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for walking us through this. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you for your presentation. So with the conversation with HCD, is there any indication that they will be certifying our housing element?
We did not receive indication that they would be certifying the housing element, but we are still working with our HCD reviewer to get more information.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, you went by kind of quickly. Can you repeat the discussion you had? You said included questions by them on our AFH analysis, and what were the other items?
There's discussion on the implementation programs. They list quantified objectives and timelines of when they would be completed. So there was discussion on the timelines of some of those implementation programs. There was also discussion on the AFFH analysis related to local knowledge and data that could be provided in the housing element by staff, and then considering the town's AFFH analysis at a regional level, so looking at other Santa Clara County cities. We also discussed the Senate Bill 9 projections that were included in the revised draft housing element, and other certified housing elements that have done similar. So there was some discussion about that as well.
So that sounds to me like they're going to ask us to update our housing element then on these items. If they have to ask questions, sounds like they're going to want more information in there about timelines, the AFFH analysis, and probably more analysis on our SB 9 projections then.
Based on that, then it's likely yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hughes.
Thanks. Yeah, I have, and thank you for providing an update from that meeting. It's very important that we understand the interactions with the state. Was that the only meeting that we've had in October or November?
That's the only meeting that we've had with HCD since we submitted this revised draft on October 2nd.
Okay, and if I may, was there anything confidential or privileged or off the record in that meeting, maybe for the town attorney?
The HCD representative didn't indicate that any of the information provided was privileged.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple more questions. Did the consultant set up the meeting, and did the consultant participate?
Yes, they were participating in the meeting.
And my question is, why is the consultant not here tonight to report out and add some depth and answer questions about the call? The reason that I bring it up is that the consultant has experience with many other communities, maybe 40 or 50 other communities. And so while I appreciate staff's perspective, I'm very interested in why the consultant isn't participating with us.
The consultant could not be here this evening. The consultant's role, as we've discussed, they will be participating in next week's Planning Commission hearing per council direction that the consultant be available for when the bodies are considering adoption of the housing element. So the consultant will be participating with the Planning Commission to answer questions at that time. I think it's important to note it's when you're having these kinds of conversations with HCD, it's the reviewer is still reviewing the document. Nothing is final. It's still under review. There are times when the reviewer hadn't read all of it and couldn't answer their own. If they read it, they could have answered some of the questions that they raised, quite frankly. So I wouldn't put too much weight in the conversation today with HCD. We are in process. The good news is that they want to work with us So once we understand the questions from the reviewer, we'll be able to point the reviewer to different parts of our housing element. It is part of the interactive process that can happen. So we're hoping that we can do that. But tonight, we are moving forward with the requirements for getting a certified housing element, which is to rezone sites and to start implementing the programs that are in our housing element. And those are the items before you this evening. So we did not, the housing element as its own entity is not on the agenda tonight, but these actions to get us closer to certification are for your consideration.
Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Moore. I had a question too, and I'll ask last, I guess. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to ask a similar question to Councilmember Rennie, but maybe in the other direction. So we've seen other municipalities that have, where HCD has told them, you're ready to be certified, you're ready for approval with a few modifications. Did you get the sense that the modifications are so, that they were talking about would be so substantive that they would have to require another revision, or could they be, did you feel that some of them could be part of a recommend for approval with changes recommendation?
So any changes that are made to the housing element by HCD, they have to be done and then reposted and made available during that 7-day public review period. So any additional changes that staff has to make based on that feedback from HCD would go through that process once again.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So you indicated that the reviewer could still be reviewing, is reviewing the document still, and that maybe they haven't read all of it. So it's possible that they still might have some concerns with our site analysis, which is concerns that I have. So I still want to ask the question, in looking at Table D2, Appendix D2 of the draft housing element, citing 634 very low income unit sites. Do we have evidence that 634 units will be developed in consideration of tables B1, D1, D4, and I1 with the vesting and submittal of SB 330 applications?
Thank you for the question. I'll start, and the planning manager may want to follow. Based on our discussions with HCD, with the Senate Bill 330 applications we've received, both preliminary and formal, the town, the guidance we've received does not need to modify its sites inventory until a project has been approved. And so that's the feedback we've continued with, is that the sites inventory as provided still complies and still fulfills the town's RENA obligations.
One more question, if I may. Table D2 also references 60 projected ADUs as very low income when our previous submittals accounted for 20. So what changed from what was previously sent, and what is the new assumption based on?
Thank you for the question. So based on working with our consultant, that was modified based on guidance that was provided and a technical memo provided by the Association of Bay Area Governments and supplied through the town's planning collaborative as a methodology that had been used by other certified housing elements and using the distribution of ADUs.
So it's a technical memo, but nothing that came from the HCD as far as technical advice?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a question. When you mentioned in the conversation that the HCD contact had some questions for us, were these questions that they were asking for answers for on the phone? Like some of those could be answered or go see chapter whatever, or are they asking questions so that we're supposed to make a list with the idea that we know we have more work to do?
Thanks for the question. It was a little bit of both, quite frankly. Some of the questions they did have, it was an opportunity for us to direct them to a page number where that information was already provided. Like the town manager had stated, our HCD reviewer is still reviewing the document, so it's likely they haven't made their way through all of it. And so today was an opportunity to discuss some areas where that's already been provided.
Okay, and then a follow-on question. So when we talk about timelines and implementation programs, certainly rezoning our sites that we've identified and put in here is part of that timeline, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, I mean, we can ask some more questions, but bringing us back to what we're doing here, it sounds like regardless of where we are with the housing element, we have to rezone these sites. We've identified these sites and they need to be rezoned, and that is an implementation program. And did we hear from the reviewer that we have too many sites or that we shouldn't be rezoning all those sites?
We did not hear that feedback.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yes. What was the duration of the conversation with the reviewer? How long was the conversation today?
Approximately 1 hour.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. And the reason for asking these questions is so that we can evaluate the appropriateness of making zoning changes at this time when we don't have an approval, a certification from HCD. So the agenda items are for us to make these zoning changes, and so it's important to understand where we are. And so I had some questions, some further questions. Did we discuss with HCD the 250 units from the 5th cycle that were included in the 6th cycle? And if so, was HCD okay with that?
As part of that conversation, there was a question from HCD on the counting and the pipeline projects, and we were going to be getting more information from HCD on that.
We were getting more information from HCD, or they were asking us a question about that?
They asked us a question about that. The consultant did provide information based on other housing elements that they have worked on that have been certified. And so there was a discussion with the consultant and the HCD reviewer, and we were going to be getting more information from a reviewer.
What kind of information were we expecting to get from the reviewer?
Through the mayor. Jennifer Armour, planning manager. The discussion that we had on that particular topic, they were looking for additional information and they were providing us with examples that we could use to clarify, to make modifications to our housing element. I actually lifted my microphone first to clarify that the item that we're discussing right now is actually just the creation of the housing element overlay zone. It's not yet a discussion of which sites it would be placed on. So let me check in with the director whether he has anything more to add.
Okay, thank you. And it sounds like we can start getting into sites when we get to the other items, but we do have to create a housing element overlay zone regardless of which sites we do. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a couple more questions about the conversation, and the reason I'm raising them with this item is that that discussion was part of the staff report for this item. So I realize that it applies to other items as well. Did you discuss the table that describes a 57% buffer of units, and does HCD agree with that analysis?
Thank you for that question. We did not discuss this table specifically.
Okay, and a couple more, if I may. Does HCD state which of the remaining of the 27 deficiencies are substantial? Those that would cause HCD to state that our housing element is not in substantial compliance? And related to that, well, let's just go with that for now.
No, it was just it was a series of questions about the housing element, and there was no statement regarding whether or not the import of each question that they had in terms of them being able to state that it's in substantial compliance with state law.
Thank you. I have one more, if I may, and that is there any indication that there will be additional deficiencies identified, and that that HCD believes that Los Gatos is behaving in good faith regarding the efforts?
Thank you for the question. Based on that discussion, we'll be working with our reviewer to respond to any questions they had and use this opportunity between now and December 1st to get to that point where we potentially may not have additional comments, but we still have time to work with them in between.
Thank you.
And Ms. Armour?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, Jennifer Armour, planning manager again. I wanted to add to that the indication that we received, just the way that the different topics were discussed by our reviewer, did seem to indicate that we have responded to most of the comments, that there may be some additional clarification that's needed on some of them, but that we are making progress.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Was there any discussion on our doubling the counting of units in both the 5th and 6th cycle? Was there no comment from HCD? Was it brought up? To me, it's kind of an important point.
Thank you for that question. There was some discussion of that and some of the public comments that brought up that concern. And it looks like we may be providing some additional information. We actually had some discussion back and forth on what qualifies to be included or not, whether there are some units that should be modified, whether they are included or not. So we're going to hopefully get some additional clarification on what those thresholds are to confirm, but it didn't seem that there was significant concern with the numbers we had.
Okay, but I got the feeling that there's no further conversation with HCD. Does that mean we're going to meet with them again to get additional clarification on that particular topic? To get more clarification, who's that coming from?
Thank you for that question. There were comments about whether there were some units that had already been reported to the state and at what point they should be included. We expect to be able to work with our consultant to confirm that those were put on our inventory or included correctly. We do know that the numbering that was used is based on what they have done with previous sites inventory on other certified housing elements. So we have a high level of confidence in what we have, though we are going to double check and make sure we provide a clear response that we have reported those correctly. If any changes are needed, we do not anticipate it to be a significant number.
Okay, so I take it that if it's not allowable, that it would have an impact on us getting certified in December.
Thank you for that additional clarifying question, Council Member and Vice Mayor. What I would clarify is that we don't anticipate that what is reported right now is a problem, that it isn't considered double counting. This is part of a period of time that we can include. We just want to make sure that that there aren't any units that were previously reported to the state that might need to make sure that those numbers are precise. We don't anticipate this as a significant change or significant problem.
Thank you.
I guess as a follow-on question, and then we should really move back to the item, is if for some reason one or more units were considered, maybe we can't count them, that would decrease our buffer, correct?
That is correct.
So that would not decrease how many parcels we need to rezone at this point?
Correct. When we were looking at specifics with the reviewer, the sense was that, and if there were a few that needed to be removed from there, it wasn't going to be causing a problem in terms of meeting our RENA and the required buffer.
Okay, because my impression was, well, my recollection is that we identified these sites before we knew that we might have more units to count. So I think I'm going to try and get us back to creating the housing element overlay zone here. But if we don't have any questions on this right now, I'm going to open it to public comment, and then we can go back. Right now, I have no cards. Well, I need them up here. If you've got cards, bring them up, please. This is talking about the creation of the housing element overlay zone. And then there are individual items coming forward with a variety of parcels. So we'll be taking public comment on this specific topic, the creation of the housing element overlay zone. Yes. Okay. Okay, Lee Quintana.
Yes. Good evening. I just like some clarification. I'm not sure I'm understanding this completely. Section 2980.510, the HEOZ and underlying zoning. A property that has the HEOZ designation may be developed with a residential or a mixed-use project with a residential use occupying more than 50% of the total floor area is based on the standards provided in this division, or where standards are not specified, then based on the standards provided in the underlying zone. The underlying zoning development standards will remain in effect for all other development without a residential component. I think there's a comma missing, but my basic question is this saying that a property that has this zoning can still be developed under its existing zoning?
I'll go to the town attorney.
Yes, it is. It's intended to incentivize the development of residential development, but it maintains the base zoning with the incentive of the overlay housing element zoning.
Okay. I thought that was something that was already adjudicated, as I think I've indicated several times. And the other question I have is that if it is developed with residential zoning, does it have to meet the minimum density of the HEOZ zone for that property?
Okay. I believe the answer is yes.
Okay. This is a little unusual for us to do Q&A with a speaker, so we can do this to a limited extent, and I appreciate that. The other would be to take all the questions and then after verbal comments, answer them all, but I'll allow this right now.
Okay, I just not sure I understood the answer. Yes, they have to meet the minimum density. You can.
We will follow up on that.
Yeah. Again, I think there was a court case regarding that, that yes, it did need to meet the minimum density, and that it was not a choice between using that zoning or the underlying zoning, but that's my understanding anyway.
Thank you.
I think I mentioned that court case before.
Okay, well, we'll get into the questions about what an overlay zone is, so I appreciate the questions. Thank you. Anything else? 3 seconds. Oh. All right, thank you, Ms. Quintana. Our next speaker is Lee Fago.
Good evening. I'm actually speaking on this item and the remaining items on the agenda because they're all very much related, as it's the site inventory analysis.
Well, do you want to talk about this item, and then when we get to the other items, you can speak on those?
No, because by then I think you'll be tired of hearing from me. So
right, I'll just ask the town attorney. So can we take public comment on an item that's not this agenda item?
So long as it's couched as comment on item number 16.
16.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi.
Please consider that the Bay Area population and the state population both are declining. Demand for housing is being reduced. Yes, I understand housing prices are high, but that's based on the land cost here. The proposal you are considering tonight for new housing sites are a 50% buffer in what HCD is required by us, which is 1,993 new units, sites for units. And these totals are 6 times any prior number, that is the 5th highest housing element goal, and more than 7 times any that has been built in our town during any of these 8-year cycles. What is being proposed without feedback from HCD on our 4th submission, although I understand there was some feedback today, we're 1 year late in our getting our submission approved, and this is the 3rd attempt in this cycle to try and get it approved. It opens the sites and the guidance for design, et cetera, for developers to simply meet the state's requirements, builder's remedy, and so forth, which is a concern amongst a lot of citizens in town. And we've had, earlier it said that there were 600 very low housing sites for below market rate housing. And that's more than the total of all the units ever built in any of our 8-year cycles. We're moving in the wrong direction. So please, consider the density, the height, and the numbers that are not consistent with our town, the profile of our community, and accept the North 40 Phase 2, which is a specific plan allowing 460 units. It is not being enforced based on the preliminary submission for a 93-foot tall building in the North 40 Phase 2, right on Los Gatos Boulevard. So please listen to the citizens. We're asking that you moderate the submission going in with all of these sites so that we don't get overbuilding in our town, scattered in a very random way. I think mixed housing throughout the town is good. Some low density, some high density, scattered through the town will not change the character of the town so much as having these clusters that are being considered. So thank you, and open for any questions, if any.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands on Zoom.
Okay. So with that, I'll close the public comment and remind the public and our fellow council members that we do have to comply with state law, and we didn't pick our RENA numbers. We're doing our best, and we're also limited by the referendum from putting some housing into other areas. So we did have to carefully select sites that would make sense. The other thing is, if we don't rezone and if we don't have our housing element certified, we'll just get builder's remedy, which means anyone can build anything they want. So we're trying to have control with limited control. So with that, we've closed the public comment. I'll turn to my fellow council members. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. So yes, we do need to comply with state law. However, town council, we need to make findings per attachment 8. And when I read section 1B, and I'll read it for the public, the general plan amendment is internally consistent with the existing goals and policies of the general plan and its corresponding elements, and that the amendments will provide for the development of housing for the sites and the site's inventory to comply with the town's regional housing needs allocation. How do I know this? HCD has not certified the housing element, and therefore I don't know this to be true. And quite frankly, I don't have enough information, and I continue to have concerns with a number of items. And again, it's table D2 with the RENA credits and site strategies. To me, material overstating the planned development of very low income units on sites I mentioned previously, B1, D1, D4, I1, all of which are covered by SB 330 development filings the town has deemed complete. I also have legitimate concerns with the 49 units credited against the very low income RENA, which, if removed, reduces the surplus of very low units shown in Table D. And I'm very concerned in particular about the location of the North 40 Phase 2, who has already made it clear that they have no intention of building to the capacity that we have presented to the HCD. The housing element overlay zone specifies development densities which are greater than the development densities contained in the SB 330 development applications for the sites. Again, I'll mention them: B1, D1, D4, and I1, which cannot be changed and therefore is inconsistent with the amendment to the general plan and the housing element. So until these issues are fully resolved and clarified by staff, along with an approval letter from HCD, I will be abstaining from any vote.
I have a question for staff. So if we don't rezone, which we've already kicked the can for a month, the SB 330 pre-applications are vesting to the lower densities. So what happens if we don't rezone? I mean, I thought this was an implementation program that we promised in our housing element.
Thanks for the question, I'll start. Yes, so this is the rezoning. Although this item is just creating the housing element overlay zone, it's not the rezonings. But yes, that was an implementation as part of the housing element.
So I think we need this tool, whether you want to apply it to certain places or not. We're going to need this tool.
I believe this tool can be done at a later date, and that's after we get certification, so that I can make this finding. I can read that. I can't make that finding that we need to make.
Okay. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple comments. So first I'll say I already voted for this. So for this in particular, I think I'm definitely ready to move this particular piece forward, and then I think we can have a more robust conversation about items we haven't visited yet. But we've discussed this almost in its entirety and voted on it. And I don't have any strong. I think that the kind of technical changes that staff made all make sense. I'm good on this, but I just wanted to add that from what we've heard from staff this evening about what HCD is looking for, I heard two major things: AFFH and implementation programs, and this is one of those implementation programs. And so I think as we're thinking about HCD is currently reviewing our housing element and the merits of it, us making progress on those implementation programs that they're worried about us implementing would be a really good, I think that would be a really good step for us to take, is to move these implementation programs forward and show that we are committed to this. I think staff has clarified multiple times the no net loss issue, so I'm not at all worried about the no net loss issue. I think that no net loss might kick in a ways from now when we can revisit this. I don't know why we would start changing things when we have pending applications that are not, and a lot of them are pre-applications, right? So those could totally change. In San Jose, there was just a builder's remedy application that was for 3,500 units, and the applicant just changed that 3,500 unit project to less than 1,000 units. And so these numbers, when they submitted their formal application, so these numbers can change a lot. I do not think it makes sense to rely, to base our long-term planning, which is what this is, on short-term applications. Now I'm forgetting the last piece of what I was going to say, but I think this is important to move forward. I think this is a good time to do so. And HCD, again, we heard from staff this evening, has not been criticizing our sites at all. So I think this is, I'm very much ready to move this forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. And I did remember that I supported this, essentially this item last time. And the way I think about it is that this is a template that then gets applied to the zoning across town. And a lot of the comments, that I've heard are about the application rather than the tool or the template itself. And so I went back through and I read this and the changes that were going to be made here, and I do see some possibilities that tool might need to be modified in the future, but I haven't heard any specific indications about that. And so for that reason, I would support this at this time, understanding we may have to make some changes later, but I don't think there's any downside to moving forward with the template in the state that it's in, especially with some of the improvements that were made. So I'd like, I'm very interested in the next part of this, and that's the application. But for now, I'm satisfied with the template and with this item as it's been drafted.
Thank you. And I think what we have to keep in mind is that even once our housing element is certified, that's when the work really starts, and there's going to be ongoing changes. So it's a dynamic situation. So I think I'm hearing some consensus that we can create this tool. So I'd love to hear a motion, because this is something that we will be needing to apply to a variety of sites, and we will probably need to do this again in the future. And Councilmember Huday, since you were recalling your support and you were talking about it, would you like to make the motion?
Yeah, I just don't have the language in front of me here, so give me a minute.
And that is, I think, on page 162 under the recommendation.
Okay. So I move to approve recommendation of the Planning Commission to adopt resolution to amend the general plan to include a description of the housing element overlay zone and introduce an ordinance titled An Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending Chapter 29 zoning regulations as specified in the staff report.
And do we need to call out attachment 8 for the first part and attachment 2 for the second part?
Yes, as revised in the desk items for agenda item number 16.
So I would include that in my motion as revised in the desk items.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Second the motion, and I just wanted to clarify that do we have to make the findings? Do we have to make any findings on this or no? Okay.
The resolution contains the findings, and so by adopting the resolution, the council has made the findings.
Great. Second.
All right. Any comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Okay. So that's 4-4 and an abstention from the vice mayor. Right. 4-0-1. Thank you. All right. We now have a tool. Let's see how we can apply it. So now we will give you a moment to get yourself situated, and we'll switch over to Associate Planner Erin Walters.
Good evening, council members. On October 3rd, 2023, the Town Council continued this item to the November 7th meeting, pending potential discussion with HCD, as we discussed earlier. This evening, the Council will consider amending the general plan use designations for specific sites located on the site's inventory, which include, number 1, modifying the land use designation from low-density residential to neighborhood commercial for the properties located at 16492 Los Gatos Boulevard and accessories parcel number 53207-086, and modifying the land use designation from low residential to medium residential for the Caltrans right-of-way site, which is adjacent to the property at 14685 Oka Road. Council will consider a request for a zone change for Caltrans right-of-way adjacent to the 14685 Oka Road site from R18 to RM. And lastly, Council will also consider a request to apply the housing element overlay zone, which we refer to often as EHAZ, to sites that are only included in the site's inventory in the draft revised housing element. This agenda item includes applying the EHAZ to all sites included in the site's inventory reviewed by Planning Commission, with the exception of the removal of Site 1A, and with the exception of the sites that require potential recusals from council members this evening. Staff would make a note to please limit your comment and discussion to the sites associated with agenda item number 17. We will be discussing the Alberto Way and Los Gatos Lodge sites at a future item, as well as multiple Los Gatos Boulevard sites and the South Santa Cruz Avenue site, which is also known as the post office site. So we'll be discussing those at later items. HCD does require that rezonings of properties located in the 6th cycle housing element sites inventory be completed by January 31st, 2024. And so HCD will not be able to certify the housing element until this rezoning has been completed. Please note a change in attachment 2, section 2 of the ordinance, which references amendments to town code rather than zoning map. So the zoning changes are changes to the zoning map rather than the zoning code. An addendum was also provided yesterday, which includes a revised draft resolution for the general plan amendment and additional public comments. This concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for comments. Questions?
Thank you. And I also, before we get to a question, I want to thank staff and our town attorney for doing all the work to figure out of all these sites. Many of them, we have council members that live within that range. And so this had to be divided into 4 items so that we can have the proper recusals at the right time. Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Could you repeat the January date you mentioned? I don't recall what it, and didn't completely hear what you said.
Yes, so HCD does require that all rezonings that are that have to do with our sites inventory be completed by January 31st, 2024, and so that allows them to certify the housing element. So until we get these rezoned, they can't give us a letter saying that they can certify our housing element.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions right now? Okay, at the moment, I have no cards. Mr. Forgo spoke on all of the items, right? Because it says 16 to 20, so you're not going to be coming up and down. Do we have any speakers on Zoom for this item?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will close the public comment on this item and turn to my fellow council members for discussion of these sites. Councilmember Gires.
Thank you. I wanted to start with the town attorney about the implications of taking an action tonight. And so what's the assessment of the ability of the town to correct a mistake after tonight or revoke the upzoning of these sites if HCD requires changes for the housing element to be certified, or if the town decides that an upzoned area is no longer needed?
Thank you, Councilmember Hudis. So this is highly technical, so bear with me and ask questions if any of it is confusing. So there are 2 no net loss statutes in state law. One of them is simpler than the other. One of them requires that if the site's inventory is at any time not sufficient to satisfy the town's regional housing needs assessment requirement for low or moderate income households, when the sites fall below that required threshold, the jurisdiction is required to rezone other sufficient sites within 180 days of the date on which the shortfall was created. So that's one state requirement that the town is subject to. The other one states that it's Government Code Section 66300, and it prohibits local entities from changing general plan land use designations, specific plan land use designations or zoning to a less intensive use, and reducing the intensity of land use to below what was allowed as of January 1st, 2018. And so the legislative analyst that has analyzed this legislation, and I tend to agree with that analysis, has opined that the allowed as of January 1st, 2018 modifies both the concepts of changing general plan land use designation and the concept of reducing the intensity of land use. However, there is one member of the State Attorney General's office that interprets the as of January 1st, 2018 date to apply only to that second clause. In other words, that interpretation is that a local entity cannot change general plan land use designations, specific plan land use designations, or zonings to what was ever once it's been upzoned. And so there is that argument out there. Based on the Legislative Council's analysis of the statute, my reading is that January 1st, 2018 applies to both actions. But, you know, there are others who read the statute to say that a town can never change a land use designation to below what's been approved.
Thank you. And I raised the question because I just did a layman's reading of that section of law. And in reading it, it was pretty clear that the first part, which was about changing the, excuse me, about changing the density, was not subject to the 2018 test. And I realized that we needed to seek out some further legal opinion, and I appreciate that we've done that. But I would also say that just in my research on this, the public opinion of K&L Gates and of Perkins Coie, which are two of the top law firms, are contrary to that. They both are clear that the 2018 only applies to the second case. And these are not, you know, legal briefs or engagement letters that we've had. This is just the information that they're putting out to the public. So I wanted to raise it because I don't want to have a debate about it. What I would like to do is just establish that there's a difference of opinion about that, and there's some risk associated with following one opinion or the other. Was that correct?
There are two schools of thought. I would say the school of thought saying that January 1st, 2018 only applies to the second clause. I would say that's the minority view, but I will say there's two schools of thought.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I guess when I think about this, I mean, there's a lot of risk around this, and I'm not taking any of these decisions lightly. I guess my concern is there's risk for not rezoning. I mean, we cannot be certified until we rezone, and we have to rezone what we put in the housing element. We identified these sites, and this is where we said the housing will go. So at this point, if we're concerned about upzoning these, then we're basically saying that we don't want to be certified. Well, I guess we'll go through the sites, but if we don't do this housing element overlay zone, we're not doing a critical step to getting certified. And so as I'm looking at this, I'm viewing this as this is one of the steps, this is one of the implementation steps that we're required to do. Certainly if we don't, we'll just be getting more applications that will be below the density, and then we'll be having to identify more sites. Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. I had some questions about these specific sites in this group, and the question I had first was, do any of these sites involve a change in a school district?
Could you, I'm not sure staff quite understands the question. Are you saying that we don't change the boundaries of school districts by rezoning?
I understand. Is there discussion the other way that the school district is intending to rezone based do the boundaries based on our zoning changes and our housing element?
We have not had those discussions with our local school districts.
Okay, thank you. I had another question, if I could, about this one in particular, and that is, how many units are involved in this group as compared to the other groups they're going to be voting on?
I don't believe we have that number at hand, but we could try to run the math.
Okay, but would you say that this is the vast majority of units?
I believe so, but I can confirm that, yes.
Thank you.
If that's an important question, we can go through our questions. We're getting close to 9 o'clock, so if we have very specific questions that we need staff to get back to us, let's ask those and then see if a 10-minute break or whatever will give us that. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would generally agree with what you shared, that this is the next step in getting our housing element approved. And I think it's really crucial for, I've said this every time we've talked about the housing element in the last few months, that whenever I have my Friday coffees and whenever I talk with folks, so I'll share a very specific example. The Bellwood neighbors that I talk to that are so worried about the potentially major development in their neighborhood, the number one thing they want this council to do, I asked the question, what do you want the town council to do, right? What do you, they know our hands are somewhat tied on some of these 330 applications, et cetera. And they said they want us to approve a housing element as quickly as possible. That is what our community wants us to do, is to pass a housing element. And this is required. Staff just shared that HCD will not be able to certify the housing element until we complete these rezonings. This is, it is not without controversy or pain from the people that are, near these, but I think it's a testament to what Mr. Fagot was calling for, that 3 out of the 5 of us here have to recuse ourselves from different pieces of this, because these units are from all around town. These are spread out throughout the entire community. And I think there has been a really robust process to figure out these sites, these rezonings. This has the unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission. And the Housing Element Advisory Board has been talking about this for, over a year now. I was on, I shared in the beginning of this, it's been a year since I've been on the council here. I was previously on the HEB for a good 6 months talking about all of this. So this has been going on for a long time. The HEB also overwhelmingly voted in favor of these sites. And in order to make these sites real and the housing element real, I think we have to move forward with this evening. So my big concern about not moving forward with this is how this affects our timeline and how this impacts what our community is calling for, which is for us to approve a housing element in a timely manner. So if my question for staff is, if we continue to delay this, does that potentially delay our approval, our internal approval of our housing element?
Again, HCD has stated that they are unable to certify the housing element until the rezonings are complete, and they've given us a deadline of January 31st of next year.
Okay, thank you. And so in my read of kind of how the timeline works out, it seems that this, continuing to push this down really does start to put us at risk of not hitting that deadline, and that's my big concern.
Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify on that. Is there any requirement for us to make these zoning changes tonight in order to meet that deadline? Or could these zoning changes be made after we've received a letter from HCD on December 1st and still make that deadline?
So for the rezoning to occur, the council would need to introduce an ordinance and then adopt an ordinance, and then the ordinance would take effect 30 days after that date. So conceivably, if the council were to introduce on December 5th and adopt on December 19th, the ordinance would be in place by January 19th, which would be prior to the January 31st deadline.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate town attorney being forthcoming on this, but it doesn't come without risk either, right? If there's something else that has to get corrected, there's not another regular town council meeting, so there's some risk associated with it. But I appreciate being forthcoming that this could be done after we receive the HCD letter. Thank you.
And then from a scheduling point of view, I just want to point out at the last time we looked at this a month ago and we chose to continue it to a date certain, we chose this date with the idea that December would be risky. Also, we don't have room on the December agenda, so it might end up getting pushed to January. I'm not sure. And I also don't know what information we'll get from HCD that would change our sites. But I don't think, I'm having a hard time finding, this is a hard decision and we're here to make hard decisions. I can't think of what more information I am looking for from HCD that would determine how I rezone these sites. Councilmember Rennie.
I recall last time as part of the discussion, Mr. Polson said there was some risk of not being able to adopt at the meeting, whatever the term was, the first thing we do. There was some risk of not being able to be ready to adopt at the next meeting. Is that still the case?
So I would defer to, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. Between the clerk and the town attorney, we have some new timelines where we can't go to the next agenda item or the next agenda for town council, but I think that there might have been some ways to work that out where, for instance, if it was introduced tonight, it could go on the 21st, or through the clerk, would we have to wait until the December 5th meeting? So is there a 2-meeting gap or a 1-meeting gap between introduction and adoption?
And I think the concern is really the meeting gap in December. We're not worried about if we, whatever the right word is, tonight, and then adopt either the first or second meeting in December. I think the concern is if we do the first step in December and miss the date, the second meeting in December, then we don't have another meeting until the third week of January, and then we need another month for it. So that pushes us well into February, I think, is the concern.
And I want to remind people, I mean, all these meetings require, I think, a 3-week lead time to get noticing in the newspaper. This isn't like we can just move the meeting to next week and it's okay. And if we don't notice things properly, then we have to revisit it again. And we did decide a month ago to do this tonight. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I remember a painful discussion about doing it tonight. I think that all of us would have hoped for a very positive feedback from HCD, and it seems to be apparent that we haven't really achieved that at this point, and that's the consideration. But I would like to ask one more question about these sites, and that's relating to the EIR. In the last meeting, I asked about whether the sites were covered by the EIR, essentially that there were enough units were considered when the EIR was submitted. The question I have is, does that include the bonus units that might occur and that have evolved in state law, I think, even since that EIR was prepared? So and I just would like to understand whether particularly with regard to this group, and that's why I asked how many units are involved. This seems to be a very large group that could request a great number of bonuses. Do we know that the EIR would cover the bonuses that could be requested in rezoning these sites?
Thank you for that question, Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. We have taken a look at the numbers, and we have done the calculation that 1,332 units of the 1971 are included in this item that's under consideration right now. So it is most of the units in the inventory. And then to the question about environmental review, the environmental analysis that was completed prior to adoption of the initial draft of the housing element in January did determine that these amendments, or that the new housing element that was adopted at that time was consistent with the environmental review done for the 2040 general plan, that it fell within that review. And the understanding at this point is still the same, that these proposed changes fall within that EIR that was certified.
So if I may ask a follow-up, how many bonus units might be a part of these particular sites?
If you could provide clarification as to what you mean by bonus.
Density bonus
that
results in more units, correct?
It depends on which part of the state law they are using. That's not something that we can calculate at this time. It's depending on the proposal that comes forward from a developer.
So we didn't consider the density bonus when we did the EIR, is that correct?
Additional units that might be developed under density bonus was not a part of what is calculated when the general plan EIR was conducted. That was based on the changes being made to the general plan, not state law.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll just reiterate that I think it's evident that we have to vote on this at some point. That some point is sometime in the next few months. And the only rationale that I've heard, and please correct me if this is not true, but what I'm hearing from a point of hesitation on moving this forward is that HCD is going to change our sites. They're going to ask for us to change our sites with their December 1st, when they come back to us on December 1st. And I think that we have no indication of that. Staff has said multiple times in each of the conversations, the sites have never been mentioned. It's implementation programs and AFFH. And so this would be our second time delaying this. And I, in good faith, could not turn back to our residents in Los Gatos and say, we had two opportunities to move forward a piece of this housing element, and a crucial piece of this housing element, and we chose not to. I think that would be really hard for me to go and tell a community group when they say, why didn't you get that housing element through? I think that the risk here in a site potentially changing is far, far less than the risk of hurting our chances to have a certified housing element on January 31st. Los Gatos is the group of cities that we are in, of cities that do not have a certified housing element, is shrinking, and I would like to leave that group as timely as humanly possible, as quickly as possible. So again, I think this is the right time to do this. So again, if we don't do this now, we would delay this a second time to bring this giant item forward that requires all this noticing from the clerk and planning staff a third time, and I do not get the sense that any information will change in between those meetings, and I really couldn't go to the community and say we dropped the ball on the housing element because out of fear.
Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. Look, this is a situation where we have risk sort of on both sides. And if we had been in the situation of HCD giving a positive indication that they approved of our housing element and the site inventory, then the risk of doing the rezoning would be small in terms of the benefits. But I think we're in a zone of some moderate to substantial risk of HCD possibly rejecting our housing element again. And if the site inventory must be revised to obtain HCD certification, or if the town decides that an upzoned area is no longer needed, there's a risk that we won't be able to downzone. And that risk is because there's a risk that the AG's office or HCD interpreting the statutes differently would prevent us from making a change later. The relationship of not having had feedback about the site inventory is specifically about the analysis that we've done on that, the analysis that was submitted that our consultant provided and took months to provide and did a job of looking at other communities. Well, we have zero feedback on whether that analysis is valid. And that's where the site inventory changes would come from. If that analysis indicated that changes need to be made. So, and then in looking at this particular group, this item 17, there's the additional consideration that the EIR has not studied the large number of potential additional units, and given the large number of units hasn't been adequately studied in the EIR, in the environmental impacts of development. So here, I believe that the risk is unacceptable in balance with the risk of not being able to meet the January 31st, 2024 deadline. I think that there's been some information provided that we could meet that deadline, but there's some risk associated with it. So I'm balancing the risk on both sides. And so at this point, for me, these sites in this group are not appropriate for additional housing until additional environmental study is done, or there's been some information provided about the number of units, and HCD indicates their intention to approve the housing element. And that's how I feel about this particular group.
These are our town manager and then Councilmember Rennie.
Just a comment on the environmental clearance. It's typically not appropriate to assume density bonus when you're doing environmental review for a general plan update or when you're doing environmental review for your housing element. Typically, you would look at what your density range would allow. If cities were to be planning based on density bonuses, we'd be having a whole different conversation about RHNA and how we meet RHNA. If cities were allowed to say, we're only going to rezone, a few sites because we're assuming all of them are going to use density bonus, HCD would not certify that housing element. And for environmental clearance to assume that someone's going to use density bonus is incredibly speculative. So we have environmental clearance for the sites. And if we get an application, when we get those applications, we will have to consider the environmental review for those applications. We are not considering applications tonight. So our environmental review is complete for all of the actions on tonight's agenda. And I did want to just confirm, since there was a question about our noticing, the town clerk has just confirmed that we can do a quick turn in terms of introducing rezonings on December 5th and still meeting the noticing requirements for, introducing on December 5th and adopting on December 19th. So we've changed some of our noticing procedures. We're using a different entity. So it was just confirmed that that kind of quick turn is possible.
Okay, although we should take into account that we have loaded agendas for both those nights, which then means that more work doesn't get done. I guess my concern is, as I'm hearing concerns about maybe we would need other sites, these are our best sites. These were the tier 1 sites that have the highest probability of being redeveloped. And so I'm having, and can accommodate the numbers that we need. Other sites are going to be more difficult to justify, more difficult. Maybe they're not ripe for redevelopment. Maybe they're not large enough. And so my concern is that HCD is, I could be wrong. It's hard for me to imagine, as we've gone through these revisions, HCD hasn't come back and said, you know, you have too many sites or this site isn't good. We've had to justify the sites we have. It seems like the only thing we'll have in the future is we may potentially have to identify more sites, especially if there's no net loss. So I'm not, as much as I know people don't want to see some of these density increases, if we don't do this, we can get SB 330 pre-applications on some of these sites that will then vest to a lower density, which then means we have to identify more sites eventually. Or we're open to builder's remedy, which means somebody can put whatever wackadoodle thing they want wherever they want. And, you know, I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing hurry up and wait. We absolutely have to get the housing element done, and I'm not ready to take the next step. And there's risk in everything. To me, the risk that we would be removing a site is essentially none. We'll have to add sites later. So I really would like to see us move forward tonight. I don't see any new information coming. HCD hasn't said they're not going to certify. They just brought up some questions. We don't know what's going to happen, but we've positioned ourselves to move forward, and these are the best sites that we've got. And I really think that we can make this decision tonight. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, I would be much more comfortable in making the rezonings in concert with the indication that those are the sites that would be certified. And the risk that I see, which maybe some other council members don't see, but I see, is over zoning, up zoning where we don't need to. The required number is 1,993. We started with a 15% buffer on that. That went up to a 25% buffer without review by the council. That was submitted. Now we're at a 50% buffer, 48% buffer that I calculated. And so the risk is that we're upzoning these sites without having real information from HCD, because I don't think it's appropriate to do that. I don't think that's what our residents want us to do, is to vastly exceed the state mandates. I think we need to comply with them. I think our residents want us to do that. So that's why for these large numbers where there are concerns, and I would also just say about the environmental, we're throwing around terms like CEQA and EIR, but really it's just another way of asking whether we have sufficient water, sewer, road, and traffic infrastructure. And also I asked about the school systems. I asked Valley Water about whether drought conditions may continue and whether our residents are going to be making a 15% reduction as well, and about the 10-year closure of Anderson Dam, which supplies more water than all of the other reservoirs combined. The answers indicate that we do not have the required infrastructure or plans. And I carefully read the EIR again, and I couldn't find reference to the being able to accommodate the bonus sites that are now available. So this large group that's coming through in item 17 concerns me, and I would want to have a better understanding of the ability of our environment to satisfy those as well. So those are the risks on my side of not moving forward.
Manager.
Yeah, if I may, thank you for, I think one piece of information that might be helpful to the council is how many housing units we're actually talking about for each of these agenda items, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And I think if it's okay for staff to just give those numbers, because we're not talking about thousands of units tonight. We're really not. So I don't think that would violate any potential recusal, because it's just the number associated with each agenda item. I think it might help the council.
Perhaps we could do it by agenda item. So for 17, there could be discussion of how many units are associated with number 17.
I would say if we can ask for the numbers, wouldn't that be as if that were in the report to start with, and whether we're recused or not, we would know the numbers. We just can't vote on it.
That's true. I guess the difference between reading it in the report and being on the dais is there's always a risk that it'll verge into a discussion of those numbers.
Okay, we cannot discuss the numbers until we get to the items. So can people hear the numbers without raising their hand and talking about the numbers?
Well, we can just do number 17.
Okay.
But if staff could just reiterate, if you add up all of the sites that are just in the agenda item before you at this moment, could you remind us what that total was?
It's 1,032 units.
1032?
Through the mayor, just to clarify, that total number is 1,332. That's out of the 1971 number that's in the full chart in the site's inventory. So this item is doing 1,332 of the 1971.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
So I'm a little confused on the EIR. We're talking about an EIR we did for the general plan, which is a 20-year period. This is the housing element we're talking about, which is only an 8-year period. I thought the general plan looked at a much larger number than the housing element number. So I'm confused by these statements that the EIR hasn't looked at whether there's enough water and so forth to cover the housing element. So the question it goes back to how many units did the EIR look at for the general plan?
Thank you for that question. The total capacity considered in the 2040 general plan EIR was 3,738.
Okay, thank you. Second question. So for item 17, are there any units that you're asking us to rezone or not that are not part of our housing element?
They're all on the site's inventory list.
So if we took any of them off, we'd have to resubmit our housing element with new sites inventory and new explanations.
Tonight, you wouldn't be removing them from the site's inventory. You would be deciding not to rezone that specific site, and then we would have to modify that at a later date.
We'd have to
clarify in the housing element that was not rezoned.
Yeah, but they said they will not certify it unless we've zoned the sites. And if you've got a site that's not zoned, we haven't done that job. So we'd have to, it seems to me, we'd have to submit a whole new housing element submission with less sites in it.
We would have to modify that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Those numbers are helpful. Yeah, I think that I definitely don't think we should be pulling any sites off of any of these. So in talking about risk, I acknowledge, so Councilmember Hudis we are weighing these risks, right? The risk that Councilmember Hudis you're talking about is over zoning the number of sites that we need to zone for. So that's the risk over here. The risk over here is that we don't get a certified housing element in time, in which case we could have, we're still kind of in limbo, I think, with the application of the builder's remedy, et cetera. I think if we miss that deadline, I think it would be very hard to say that we are not open to the builder's remedy. So there could be developers out there listening to this meeting right now saying, it sounds like on February 1st, I'm going to be able to put a really big project in Los Gatos. And I think that is, that seems to me to be a much bigger risk, because we're talking about sites that we know exactly what the zoning is over in terms of the potential of overzoning. We know exactly what these are going to, we know exactly the zoning that we're allowing. We know exactly what these projects are. We know exactly the sites, all that. On the other hand, if we continue to open ourselves up to the builder's remedy, there could be anything, anywhere. And that, I think, to me, again, in terms of going back to our residents and telling them what we're doing here at this meeting, they want a certified housing element. And so I think the biggest risk we have is not getting a certified housing element. And then the other thing that we're talking about is feedback from HCD. We have two major pieces of feedback from HCD, and I agree that it's not all positive. But one of the two, and I'm repeating myself here, but one of the two is work on those implementation programs. This is one of those implementation programs that we can show them. We know that they are still actively reviewing our housing element. If we can show HCD that we are making steps on our implementation programs, I think we have a much more persuasive argument in front of HCD that we have a housing element that is ready to be certified, that we are a community that is making good steps to get our housing element through. And so I think that's really important, that we can show HCD that we are a community that can implement these changes that they're calling for, in hopes of actually getting a housing element that we can approve on that is ready on December 1st. Because I think if we do not do this tonight, I think we have. You might be right that we won't be ready on December 1st. But I think if we do this here, I think this at least helps, and I think the risk of moving these forward is far, far less than potentially being asked to adjust our sites, which I will remind the group here that we have not, HCD hasn't talked about the sites in the last few conversations we've had. It's all been about AFFH and implementation programs, nothing about sites.
Right. I also want to point out that rezoning these sites doesn't mean they'll be redeveloped. It just means that if they are, this is how they could be. Not everything's going to get redeveloped. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Question for staff. Will the HCD be considering any motion that we might make tonight for potential certification on December 1st?
I'm not aware that they would, but we would be able to report to them that the rezonings would be completed and adopted.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
So there's been lots of discussion of risks one way or in the other, and I also think a little bit that way. I also agree that our number one priority is to get the housing element certified as quickly as possible. It opens up to all kinds of problems and liabilities if we don't do that. I think the risk is greater of delaying that. If we don't go ahead and rezone these, there's opportunities for the process to if we wait to not be able to get it through fast enough. Looking at it the other way, I find it extremely unlikely that we would remove any of these sites at this point, for the simple reason that we're trying to get our housing element certified. To remove any site would mean that we're going to have to redo our housing element. We're hearing no indication from HCD that they don't like our sites inventory, and changing the sites inventory is a big deal. I think reopening the housing element, we're down to the point where we're starting to cross T's and dot I's kind of thing. So I see very little chance that we'd remove any sites from the list. And then if we go, making it even, if we remove sites, we'd be putting them back on pretty soon. We already have 2 full applications where we're short, probably, I'm going to talk round numbers, maybe 250 below market lower income units that we'll have to go find, rezone new sites, or take out of our excess. And when I look at our excess, it's actually, we have in the low and the very low, it's a total of 316. It looks 317 in the very low and the low income. So even with the 2 and we have many more projects coming behind, but with the 2 that have filed applications, we're probably wiping out at least half of that buffer, if not more. And then we have more applications coming. Those 2 are the North 40, and then there's 2 things out at the North 40. It's one of the North 40s and the Alberta Way site. So we haven't even started to look at the loss we're going to get at the lodge when that comes through, and some of the other sites. So I see almost no opportunity that we will change these sites, and I see some risk of delaying the process. So I'm having a hard time coming up with a reason to not rezone these sites tonight.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we've discussed this. I think I don't want to take a break till we get through this. Do we have a motion? Would you like to turn that into a motion, Councilmember Rennie?
Are you ready, Councilmember Moore? I got to get back to the right page here.
Sure, I'm happy to make it. Just read. Do I need to for the town attorney? Do I need to read from subject the whole thing?
No, the motion could be to adopt the staff recommendation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, with the addition of the new information on the desk item.
Okay. I move to adopt the staff recommendation in item 17 with the addition of the information in the desk item.
Okay.
And the addendum.
And the addendum.
Right. And this is for all the sites that were read early on that are in our report.
For item number 17.
Okay. Councilmember Rennie?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Hughes?
Just for discussion, I would like to state that I won't be supporting the motion, although I may support motions on some of the other sites. Given the circumstances of this particular group, I believe that the risk that we would be upzoning sites that are unnecessary, and that the risk that we have not done adequate look at the environmental impact of this large number of sites. 1332 is a large number, and the environmental studies haven't looked at the potential bonuses that could be, and we don't even have an estimation of that. So I'm not in a situation where I could support doing this zoning at this time.
Okay. For me, I would... Okay, Vice Mayor.
As stated earlier, I have a foundational issue with the housing element overlay zone, so I will be abstaining from the vote.
For me, I would say that... I forgot what I was going to say. So, the environmental impact was done on the General Plan 2040. Sitting on Valley Water, I know that Valley Water has taken the general plan of every community as they get updated and implemented that into their planning. As each project comes forward, it will have to address whatever needs are there in terms of sanitation connection or whatever, implementing bike and ped kind of things. These projects will take time and come in one at a time. The other thing is, I do talk to residents a lot, and when we talk about water, what we have to realize is if we were just Los Gatos and we were on a well, that discussion might make sense. But the water is regional, and whether the houses are built in Gilroy or Los Gatos or Mountain View, well, maybe not Mountain View, but all of us on Valley Water, it's the same situation. And so, there is work on planning in terms of using recycled water, recharging our groundwater. And the bottom line is we have to make this plan. And so we have to walk and chew gum and do everything. And so all of our service agencies have to work to keep up with everybody's housing element. Us choosing not to upzone to do this means that we're just going to have a non-compliant housing element, which means we have gone from little control to no control. So for that reason, I'll be supporting this motion. So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
And abstaining?
Abstain.
Motion passes 3-1-1 with Councilmember Hudes opposed and Vice Mayor abstaining. Given that it's 9:30, I think I will call, I've got 9:30 on the nose. Everybody has 10 minutes. Be back here at 9:40, please. And, so for this next item, the Vice Mayor is recused on item 18.
Yes.
So 4 of us will be back in 10 minutes, and the Vice Mayor will be back after we finish that item.
Okay, so I'll just make the statement that I'll be recusing myself from item 18 due to my residence and owning property within 1,000 feet of the proposed sites.
Thank you. All right. And we'll go to item 18. And as the Vice Mayor indicated, she's recused. We'll have a series of items now where different council members will have to be recused. So we're down to 4 of us, and I'll go to our Associate Planner, Erin Walters.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Again, on October 3rd, the Town Council continued this item to tonight's meeting pending potential discussion with HCD regarding the adequacy of the town sites inventory. As described during staff's presentation for the last agenda item, Town Council will consider applying the housing element overlay zone to the properties located at 401 through 409 Alberta Way and the 3 parcels located at 50 Los Gatos Saratoga Road, known as the Los Gatos Lodge. Please note that no development is proposed with this item, and a desk item was provided today with this item, which includes a public comment. Please limit public comment discussion to the sites associated with this agenda item 18. This concludes staff's report.
Thank you. Do we have any questions right now for staff? I guess I have a question. Given that there's pre-application on one and an application on the other, does the housing element overlay zone, does it impact either?
It does not, as been reported, and through HCD's direction, we are not looking to modify the house sites inventory with regard to any SB 330 applications because they have not yet been approved.
Okay, great. So this is still an important step. Thank you. So given no questions right now for staff, I will open the public comment portion of this. I do not have any, or I guess nobody had any questions, right? I don't have any cards. Do we have anyone on Zoom that would like to speak on this specific item 18?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, no hands, no cards. So I'll close public comment and move to discussion with my fellow council members. Looks like so we've got these 2 sites. Council Member Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say I don't have any, I feel very similarly about these sites that I did to the last site, so I don't have anything new to add on these particular sites. I'm supportive of this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Maybe I missed it, but did staff find the number of units on these sites?
It is 322, but I will confirm with my team behind me as I was wrong last time.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I have a comment about this one. So this is a little bit different than the last one because the 322 I don't think are raising the environmental study concerns, but I also think that these sites may not be needed. Now, you know, there's a discussion that, okay, we submitted the housing element to HCD and we can't take anything away. Well, I have to say, this is the first time that the council is actually taking a vote on the sites that are submitted to HCD in the current version of the housing element. The previous versions went to HCD without having this discussion. And so, you know, my sense is that it looks like, and I, you know, crunched the numbers a little bit, with the additional 250 units, if they hold, then we are about 949 units above the RENA allocation, which is about 48%. And if so, I don't think these sites are needed. And so I would certainly not want to rezone them at this time, although it might make sense once we had a positive affirmation from HCD. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about it, how these are a little bit different.
Councilmember Rennie.
I might have considered those comments, except we already have a full application on one of the 2 sites, and so why not get housing element credit for it by zoning it with a housing element? It's not going to change the application we got. and we have another pre-application on the second site, which is vested to whatever the zoning was before. So again, changing the zoning only allows us to get credit for this in our housing element. So I can't really figure out a reason not to rezone them.
Councilmember Moore, and then back to Councilmember Hudes.
Yes, I had that same question and concern. And then the other part about not, about pulling out, Councilmember Hudes, so I'm clear, you're talking about pulling out specific sites now, which would alter our housing element, which would require a resubmission of our housing element, which would make us definitely miss the deadline. Is that your suggestion?
Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, through the mayor. I am, first of all, the council has not adopted the housing element that's being reviewed, and I understand that it may come before the council again, and that would be an opportunity for the council to consider what sites are appropriate for the town. When I was on the Housing Element Advisory Board, I voted not to move it forward, not to recommend it, because I thought we were creating too many sites, over zoning, and so maybe these would be appropriate, but that would come into focus after we heard definitively from HCD whether we have issues with our capacity analysis, whether the 250 units are considered, and other things that we still don't know about from HCD. So I think it would be, for me, this is, if we're forced to do this at this time, I would say, why do it? There may be others where I'm of a different opinion, but given where we are with the cycle of lack of information, and there seems to be no compelling reason to do it, except that if we waited until, 4 weeks from now, that we might miss the deadline, I think it makes much more sense to hear definitively from HCD before we start rezoning some areas where where they're probably not needed because we're exceeding the buffer by a large percentage at this point. The fact that we have some applications or pre-applications, I don't think changes anything in terms of this, because they are based on the zoning that was vested when they submitted. So I don't think that it's relevant. And also in terms of whether we would get credit for those units, if those units that were in pre-application were built, we would get credit for them regardless of whether they were in an area that we rezoned or not, I believe. Isn't that true?
My understanding of the housing element is that we have to demonstrate to the state that we have zoned sufficient sites to take our capacity of our allocation. And so, this is a very simplistic understanding, but we just have to be able to demonstrate that we can have capacity for those. And so I suppose if another site has already developed with units, that we can take credit for those units in showing that we have capacity for our regional housing needs assessment.
Thank you.
Town manager, and then Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. There was a comment that this is the first time the council's been considering these sites. Staff can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but for the sites that are under consideration with item 18, those were sites on the site inventory with the document that council approved on January 30th. So in fact, it was already considered by council.
Right. I recall voting for this. Councilmember Moore.
So a question of staff on this one. So in the last item, we moved forward what seems like, maybe 2/3 or so of the sites that we're talking about in totality this evening. I'm wondering what the perception that you all think in your having had conversations with HCD, what the perception is going to look like if we, give them a call and say, hey, good news, we rezoned 2/3 of our sites, but not the other third. Do you? And I'm, I really I don't know what that. It does. Would it make more sense to not even give them the call, or how do you think that kind of plays into our housing elements, chances?
So we can, obviously that would make a change to the housing element because we've said that we will be rezoning the sites that are listed in our program described that we would be rezoning the sites that are listed on our sites inventory. In this case, these sites do also include affordability, different levels of affordability. So that would affect our AFFA. If we remove these, they would affect our AFFH section of review. So that would change different parts of the housing element. So that's something to consider as well.
Councilmember Moore.
And thank you. That's helpful. And then as a follow on to that, I think the argument that I'm hearing is that we shouldn't necessarily remove these from the housing element at this time, but not implement this housing element overlay zone, do the rezonings. I definitely hear that if we actually pulled sites, it would drastically, that changes everything. What if we only rezone some of the sites that we're talking about in our housing element this evening?
We would have to look at the totals of how it's distributed. Again, anytime we modify sites that have affordability built into them for units, that does change our overall analysis in multiple parts of the housing element.
Town manager.
If I could just ask the council member to clarify the question, are you asking if we don't take action on these rezonings or if we remove them from the sites?
Yeah,
inventory?
Good question. Do not take action.
So just defer action or continue the item to a future date.
Right. And I'm wondering, I guess I'll just express my concerns to the council here that if we only approve some portion of these sites tonight, I think that is not that's not a good look for the town of Los Gatos in terms of showing our earnest effort in implementing our implementation programs. And so my concern about sort of cherry picking on these future on item 18 here is that I think that could honestly make us look worse than not taking action on them at all tonight, to only have shown the willingness to rezone some of them. I don't know if that's making sense to my fellow council members here, but that's what I'm kind of worried about with this.
Ms. Armour.
Thank you. I would add to the answer already provided that if there were some of these sites that the council chose not to rezone this evening, then at some future date, the council would have the choice either to be removing them from the housing element or implementing this rezoning. Otherwise, there is no option for certification of the housing element because the rezoning has not been completed that is required. And so either it is modification of the inventory to remove these sites and then doing the additional revisions that were already mentioned to adjust the numbers and the AFFH analysis, or it is making these changes to the zoning at some future date, which, as previously discussed, could cause additional delay.
Okay, great. Just one final clarifying question is, so you would, if we didn't approve 17 through 20 this evening, then you would just not reach out to HCD and say that the town of Los Gatos completed the required rezonings? Is that?
We would not be able to say that we had completed all of the required zonings.
Right. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about how we look to HCD and how we appear. I want to focus on the conversations that we've had and the facts that have been conveyed in those conversations. Is there another conversation that's scheduled with HCD before they respond on December 1st?
We don't have a scheduled meeting, but we will be reaching back out to address the HCD reviewers' questions to get some more clarification. And so we plan to do that.
And was there a discussion about us completing the rezonings in December with HCD? Is there an expectation on HCD's part that we're going to complete these rezonings?
No, that was not discussed.
Okay. So, with that, again, since we don't know exactly what units are going to be satisfactory on our site inventory that's approved, it seems as though these, which are not even needed to reach the 1993 plus a reasonable buffer, we don't need to act on these tonight. I'm not saying we shouldn't act on them once we have information from HCD, but I don't see a compelling reason to make these changes tonight. And so, so this particular group I won't be supporting.
Councilmember Rennie.
So the question in my mind that I actually don't really know the answer to is, what difference does changing the zoning do for these two sites? We have an application and we have a pre-application. How does that change their applications? What does it do for them, or what does it change?
It doesn't change their applications, but if the applications aren't, we have a pre-application, so they might not apply for a final, or it might not get approved, then these sites will have the EHA's overlay and allow a future development to develop at that minimum density that we're looking for to meet our site's requirement.
You say able to or required to. So, for example, the lodge site, we want 30 and they're coming in at 20 is my understanding on the pre. So if we zone this, we will get the 30 we're asking for, or can they still come in at 20? Now, we're going to the legal question here that actually was asked by Ms. Cantana earlier that we didn't answer.
So they have a pre-application, SB 330, so they have vested to the existing zoning. If the town council were to rezone that property, if that pre-application were not pursued, the next person who files a pre-application would have to comply with the new zoning.
So they would vest to a minimum 30. They'd have to provide 30 units, and we'd have less net loss there.
Right, assuming it came in, after the second reading and 30 days had elapsed, the new zoning would be in place.
And okay, so that's maybe to our advantage because we're forcing them the direction we want. Where is there an advantage for the developer for us to make it an AHOS versus them just coming in? They're all coming in with SB 330 applications. So let's say, what's really the difference between an AHOS and an SB 330 application, either from the town's perspective or the developer's perspective?
I'll start. So the housing element overlay zone provides that if an applicant is going to do a residential project, they have to comply with the town's minimum density. And so it's really to the town's advantage to be able to meet its regional housing needs allocation. So it's more to the town's advantage than to an applicant's advantage. Does that answer your question?
Does Jennifer have anything to add?
It looks like Ms. Armour wants to follow up.
Yes, thank you. I can add to that. It is to the town's advantage in terms of meeting our housing goals, as well as to the developer's advantage, because there are things like increases in height that are included in the housing element overlay zone. In addition to the fact that a future application that was filed, if one of these did not follow through, complying with these changes in zoning designation with the overlay. And we've already seen that on one of these sites. Alberta Way had an approved project, and they chose not to move forward with that project. So it's very possible. The other benefit to the town is that by including it and by increasing the minimum and maximum density on these sites, we can take credit as having the capacity in our housing element. And that's important because that stays in place through the review of those projects until the point that we actually make a decision and one of those projects is approved. And so that gives the town some time to see how development is occurring within the town under these new rules, to see if sufficient additional sites have come in with applications, for example, that would mean we don't need to worry about no net loss. If we don't have this increased density in place, then that's less buffer that we have in the housing element, and therefore most likely sooner that we hit that no net loss period.
So let me follow up if I can, Mayor. On the height, you implied there was an advantage for the developer on the height, but since most of them are coming in with 20% low or very low to get the SB 330 eligibility, they also get the density bonus, which allows them to ask for either 4 or 5 exceptions, one of which could be height. So are they really getting any advantage on an we're not calling it AOH anymore, HO, whatever we're calling it now.
Yes, overlay.
Versus an SB 330 application? I don't see that there's actually an advantage on height there.
In the preliminary SB 330 applications that we've seen, they do seem to be indicating that they're using some of the other state laws in various ways. So each one we're going to have to evaluate individually. But anytime that the town's regulations have more room in them, more capacity for height or other components, that does allow more flexibility for the developer, even if they do intend to also use some of these state exceptions, waivers, concessions, etc.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I think I heard it's almost only to our advantage to do this. So I guess I am interested in going ahead with item 18.
Thank you. So do we have a motion?
Okay, how did we do the motion last time? I'll make a motion to accept the rezoning of the I guess it's 2 properties that are listed. The recommendation for the 2 properties in this agenda item 18. We need to add something else?
I would say, by approving the staff recommendation.
By approving the staff recommendation.
Did I open? I thought I opened and closed public comment. Maybe I didn't. I did. Okay, good. All right.
Second.
I saw a card coming up. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I think because these units are not necessary to satisfy the RENA allocation of 1993 plus a 15% buffer, it would not make sense to approve rezoning them at this time. So I think that it may be appropriate to consider them after we have indication from HCD that our housing element will be certified. But at this time, I don't think it's appropriate, so I won't be supporting.
Okay, and I would say looking at it through a different lens, there's nothing, no one said, oh, you have to have a 15% buffer. Every single one of these sites has uncertainty as to whether it'll be developed or not. Almost all of them already have something on there. And as we talk about the less buffer we have, the sooner we run out of sites with further, AFFH. And so basically I'm looking at this is one of the sites, this is one of the 2 sites that we've had in since the time that we adopted the housing element. These are sites that, we did vote to include in our housing element. And so I think we're going to be rezoning them at one point or another. So I think tonight is the night. So I'll be supporting the motion. So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes 3-1 with Councilmember Hides opposed and the Vice Mayor recused. All right, so with that, we need the Vice Mayor to come back. Great. And we will then be saying a temporary farewell to Councilmember Moore, and I'll let you.
Yes, I will be recusing myself from item 19 here. I do not own any property at all, but I do live near the sites that are listed here.
Okay, thank you. And you'll receive a text when we're ready to have you back. So I'll give you a moment. Okay. That is interesting. If you're a renter, it's still not owning property. All right, thank you. So I will turn to you, Ms. Walters, for item 19.
Yes, good evening. Again, on October 3rd, the Town Council continued this item to tonight's date, pending discussion of HCD's discussion with HCD regarding adequacy of the town site's inventory as described in staff's presentation for item number 17. Council will consider applying the housing element overlay zone to the properties located at 15300, 15349, 15367, 15405, 15425, 15480, and 15500 Los Gatos Boulevard. Please note again, there is no development proposed with these items. Please limit public comment and discussion to this agenda item number 19. Staff's available for questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Hides.
Again, I may have missed it, but what is the approximate number of units in this group?
It is 301, and I will 301.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Should have given you a minute to get oriented. Okay. Do we have any other questions for staff? All right, then I'll open public comment, and I don't have any cards in front of me. Is there anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Oh, did Ms. Quintana turn in a card for this item?
Listed as item 21.
Okay. So item 18? Okay. Oh, wait, we're on item 19. Wait, are we? You're right. We're on item 19. You're here to speak on 19?
19. I'm sorry.
Okay, Lee Quintana.
Hard to keep all these numbers straight. It seems to me that once approving the first set of zoning, it's illogical not to approve all of them. It's like because it's the same issue. Should you have approved any zoning changes until you have knowledge that your element is going to be certified? But once you started approving one, it doesn't make sense not to approve all of them. Especially because the issue of whether we have too many extra units, I think is, I don't know what to call it. I'm going to call it a white herring, but or a red herring, because when you look at the town's history of past applicants for multiple family housing, they've never come in at the full amount of the low-income housing that is estimated, and the estimates on the site inventory are high in comparison to what has actually been produced by projects in the past. So rather than being concerned that we're identifying too many sites. Seems to me that we're not identifying enough sites, and that even though we're allowed to take the credits for those various units on those sites, if HCD looks at our past experience, they may question it. And so I'm sort of on both sides of this. I don't think you should have approved any of them until you had a certified element, but having done that, you should approve all of them.
Thank you. I assume you mean approved element. It can't be certified until we rezone.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but it can't be certified until you rezone, but yet we're claiming that we had an adequate element that was adopted by the town to begin with, which sort of is contradictory.
Okay. Thank you. Question from Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your comments and for paying attention to this. I guess the first question, you said that something along the lines that we haven't built the number of low-income units in previous cycles. And I just wanted to know if you're aware that we have applications and pre-applications for over 1,000 of the 1,993 in total that we need to plan for. At this point, 8 months into an 8-year cycle, we have applications and pre-applications for over half.
Total units, how many of those are for the lower income categories?
I don't know the total, but I know that the buffer that we have for the lower income categories, well, I know that we have planned for 634 plus 357, and that we have a buffer of 317, I believe, in the two lower categories. So I don't know. I don't have the tally from some of those. I don't even think that we have the breakdown by all of the categories, but we're certainly far on the path of living up to our RENA allocation only 8 months in, and having over half of these be applications and pre-applications that supposedly comply with state law.
They haven't been approved yet, so they don't count yet. I was going to say, I think I lost my trend of thought.
Was that a question to?
Well, I think I had
Mr.
asked the question and I got an answer. So thank you.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any other speakers or any hands on Zoom? All right. Thank you. I mean, I think Ms. Quintana brings up an interesting point, because if we had set our sites assuming no more than 15 to 20% affordable, we would be setting a lot of sites. But we can be optimistic. There are other communities that have gotten builders to come in to do 100% affordable. We'll have to be working hard to see how that can happen. But, it's an unknown all the time. Councilmember Rennie. Oh, and I also want to point out that the units don't count until they're occupied or built. So 8 months into this, it could be 4 years until things are built, correct?
Yeah, I want to also comment. I think Ms. Quintana's on the right track. We probably have pre-applications and now a couple applications worth about 1,000 units, but from what I can tell, none of those have more than 20% of the low or very low, which means we've got about 200 units, and our RENA is 847. So we're not halfway through our RENA, as she was trying to point out to us, because we will be forced to go find more low-income units somewhere else if we don't have enough buffer. We're actually maybe with pre-applications, if they all come true and they all do 20%, we're maybe a quarter of the way.
Right. I mean, this is the dilemma and the difficulty of state law. We're required to plan for these units. We are not allowed to require more than 15 to 20% inclusionary affordable. And so it's that pull. And so we're doing our best. Our community is asking, demanding, begging us to complete our housing element. And when our housing element is completed and certified, that's what, it's not, oh, that'll stop everything. That will remove barriers and help us get the housing that we're supposed to be planning for. So it's a challenging process, I think, and there's no easy answer, which is why we're up here making these very difficult decisions. So we've got these sites. 301 units. I agree with Ms. Quintana that, you know, as we're doing this rezoning, we need to do all the rezoning. I mean, I think this makes sense. We are not going to get new information from HCD that suddenly says, oh, you've got too many sites. We're not going to certify unless you drop half your sites. That's not going to happen. I don't think, I guess the one question I have is along the conversation, have they yet told, I know we have to justify our sites, which means we have to demonstrate that they're buildable and can support the numbers. And because we've had this difficulty, I mean, we could have twice as many sites and it would be easier to get certified. We could have a lot fewer sites and maybe not get certified at all. So we've been trying to find that balance. But I'm assuming in every conversation, we've never been told, oh, drop a few sites or you've overplanned.
No, and in fact, today it was discussed that we did drop a site because there was a net, we dropped site 1A, and that was because through our consultant's evaluation, it was determined that the net number of housing units wouldn't be there. And so HCD understood that the consultant was looking through their criteria to make sure that these sites would be appropriate.
Okay, and as a review, that was with no net loss, that was, there were more sites on that, there were more housing units, residential units on that site than what we would be projecting. And so if it got developed that way, there would be a net loss. And so that site was going to be detrimental to us.
Yes, it was determined that that site wouldn't gain any housing units for the town.
Thank you. Thank you for walking. Councilmember Rennie.
So let's decide, let's move this along, right? Mary's going to abstain. The question is Matthew going to vote for this or not, and then move on to the next one?
We could try a motion.
Let's keep it simple here.
We'll make a motion a second and call the question.
Well, I'll make the motion to approve the staff recommendation on item 19.
And I'll second it.
Abstain.
I'll call the question. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? None. And one abstention. Councilmember Hudes voted yes?
Yes, I did, because I believe with this group, the sites are appropriate for additional housing, and that the risk associated with further delay on this one outweighs the particular sites.
Thank you. And I apologize for not asking for comments before I called the question. Okay, so that motion passes 301, and we will then get Councilmember Moore back, and I will hand the gavel over to the Vice Mayor because due to the proximity of my home to the next site, I am required to recuse myself. So I'll be back.
All right, we're looking for Councilmember Moore.
He's on his way, Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. Once he's here, we can go ahead and get started on agenda item 20. Councilmember Moore is now present, so we will get started on item number 20, and I will turn to Ms. Walters for a report.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, on October 3rd of this year, the Town Council continued this item to tonight's meeting. As described in staff's previous presentation, Town Council will be considering applying the housing element overlay zone to the property located at 101 South Santa Cruz Avenue. This is also known as the post office site. Please note again, no development is proposed, and please limit public comment to this item only. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Looking to council members for any questions for staff. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, what impact is there of the current pre-applications or applications on these particular sites? And maybe I could follow up by how would the numbers be different with the rezoning from the applications?
I believe.
Through the Vice Mayor. So this site actually only has 16 units associated with it, and it is all above moderate. I'm having staff. 8 units.
And if I may, what is the application? And I know there's a big difference. Maybe we could explain why there's such a difference.
Thank you, Council Member. So the pre-application, the preliminary SB 330 application has 72 units. The application that was deemed submitted, they are claiming builder's remedy, which is why their density is so much higher above what otherwise would be allowed.
And if you could explain then what they are doing is using completely different zoning laws than what would be in the rezoning, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the town attorney, would it be appropriate for me to ask what happened in the last item?
Sure, because the vote has been taken. So it was a 3-0 vote for approval of the staff recommendation.
Got it. Thank you.
And I might add that there was one absentee vote or abstention vote. Sorry. Okay, any other questions from council members for staff? Councilmember Hudes?
I know that this has been brought up a couple of times, but I just wanted to really clarify. Taking action on rezoning tonight, does that in any way accelerate the certification of our housing element by HCD as compared to if we took action on December 5th?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. So it definitely doesn't seem to accelerate the timeline. Could sharing with HCD that we have completed the required rezonings, could that help our argument for getting our housing element approved, certified?
It is required before January 31st of next year, so we could share that information with HCD.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open up for public comment, and I do have one speaker card for agenda items 16 through 20. I'm not sure if Mr. Fagot means to speak on this particular item. No? Okay. All right. I have no other speaker cards. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak on this item?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and look to my fellow council members for comments or a motion. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So I'll share like I did on the last item here, or the last item I was a part of, that I have the same feelings about this as I do with the other housing element overlay zone sites. I think this makes sense to do this evening, and I think this absolutely helps our argument that we are in a position where our housing element is ready to be implemented in our community. I will also say on this particular item, we're only talking about this one site here, so I think we should be very thoughtful about not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, as it were, on, I think the advantage of being able to tell HCD that we are ready to go, I think is a huge advantage, and also all of the previous arguments of being able to ensure that our housing element is certified on time, all very much applies here. And so I think this is very important that we move this item forward this evening.
Councilmember Rennie?
So similar question to whichever last time I asked. Let's assume for a second that the developer doesn't get their application in time or something, and their builder's remedy is irrelevant, and we're now talking about them building to the current zoning versus building to the AHOS zoning. What's the difference? What's the difference in height? What's the difference in density to current zoning to if we do this rezoning?
Would you like me to step in? So my understanding is under the current zoning for this site, 8 units would be allowed under the 20 dwelling units per acre limit that is currently in place. With the housing element overlay zone, 16 units would be the, oh wait, am I getting that backwards? 10 dwelling units, okay. So we'll check on those numbers, but it's in those ranges in terms of the number of units that we're talking about between the existing 2020 general plan and the density that we allow in downtown. The change in height is actually not, there is no change because downtown already allows 45 feet in height.
And so I think 16 sounds right. The parcel size says it's 0.8, and on your another page it said that we're going to 20 units per acre, so that's, as you said, 16. If they give us 20% low income, they could get a density bonus that would take it to 20 something probably, right? Nothing like their current application. And I know you're going to tell me it depends on how many low and so forth, how much bonus they get, but there's the maximum bonus is, it's not 100, it's maybe 50 at most or something, right?
Technically, with the new law, it's up to 80 and even up to 100% for very limited circumstances. But at 20%, they automatically qualify for at least 35% density bonus, which would, again, not be a very large number compared to what they have submitted in their preliminary SB 330 application.
Okay, thank you. So again, I sort of agree with Councilmember Moore. Of course, we're going to need 3 people to pass it. It doesn't, I don't like their current application at all, but I'm doing this rezoning. I'm failing to see really what it changes very much in the site. So I would say we should probably just do it just to be thorough, see what others think.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we should do it to be thorough and to be able to tell HCD that, now we're literally one side away from being able to tell HCD that we have rezoned, which I think is great. And there's an important caveat, I think, to Councilmember Rennie's comment that we all know, but that I think is important to point out, which is that anything is allowed there until we get our housing element certified, because we're open to builder's remedy. And so even if this builder backs out, until we have a housing element, we could see another builder's remedy application, which again, my top priority for our community is to get a certified housing element. And I believe that approving this site or, putting this site in the housing element overlay zone gets us closer.
Any other comments? Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the rezoning of this site. And why is it important? It's important because we are acting without information back on our housing element. We're facing a deadline of January 2024 to have a certified housing element, but doing the rezoning tonight does nothing to accelerate that. The town missed its opportunity to complete a housing element and to avoid the builder's remedy by having a housing element in place by January 2022, because we wasted time on a general plan that was eventually subjected to a referendum by 3,000 voters instead of focusing on getting a housing element in place. And now, for the 8-year period that requires 1993 homes, the town has already, in 8 months, received builder's remedy and other proposals for over 1,000 or half of that number. Many of these are incompatible with existing neighborhoods and town values, such as our hillsides and historic neighborhoods. So tonight, facing a deadline, we need to weigh the risks of adopting zoning that may be permanent, and with the risks of complying with, or not complying with state mandates. And for these particular property that represents a small number that is in my opinion, not necessary in the totality to add up to the numbers that we have to face. There's no reason to take that risk tonight. I would also point out that yes, we did vote on a number of these sites individually as the council, but we never voted on the totality of the number that has now increased to nearly 3,000 that started at 2,000. Those numbers were submitted to HCD without the council voting on them, and this is our first opportunity to vote on the totality of the units that are in that housing element, and that's why I don't think it's worth taking the risk on this.
Councilmember Rennie?
Yeah, I don't see any risk in this, but I don't see any point in discussing this any longer. So I'll make a motion to delay the rezoning of this to a time in which we know more certainty that we will need it in order to get certified.
Councilmember Hudis?
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Moore?
So, I will not be supporting this motion. I would just like to voice one last time that I think our biggest risk is not getting this housing element certified, and this is only one. We've made it through 50 other sites. We have one site left, and only an increase of some 8 units or so. And we're going to put ourselves at risk for not getting our housing element certified on time, which is the biggest, push that we have heard from our community. It's I think probably our number one priority as a council is getting this housing element through, and we are getting hung up now on one single site. That's really, really disappointing to me. I think it's going to be really, really disappointing to our community. And so I would plea that we just include this one last site. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-1. Mayor Ristow recused. All right, if we could call back the mayor for item 21. And I'll be passing over the gavel to her spot. Do we need to locate Mayor Risto at this point? Okay, Mayor Risto is back, and we're awaiting Councilmember Rennie to get started on item number 21.
All right. I realize for the two members that were not recused for anything, it's been a stretch, but I think we can get through this last item unless I see a big request for a bio break. Okay, then we will move on to item 21 and go to our senior planner, Sean Mullen, for a report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. Before you this evening is consideration of updated ADU regulations. Next slide, please. In response to changes in state law, the town has updated the town code regarding ADUs in 2017 and 2020. New housing legislation continues to be signed into law, impacting ADUs on almost an annual basis. Next slide, please. The latest bills impacting ADUs, SB 897 and AB 2221, were signed into law and took effect on January 1st of this year. With the latest changes at the state level, staff identified that the current ADU ordinance requires updating again. In addition to current state law, staff evaluated feedback and technical assistance from HCD regarding aspects of the town's current ordinance and direct input from residents regarding the impacts of neighboring ADU construction. Next slide. Staff determined that an overhaul of the current ADU ordinance is necessary to align with state law, respond to HCD guidance, and address privacy impacts of new ADUs. Next slide. The draft ordinance being considered tonight is organized into a framework that provides details on definitions, regulations, process, and fees. The draft carries forward much of the current ordinance while introducing new content required by the state. Additionally, new objective design standards have been introduced to help maintain the residential appearance of properties, ensure consistency with the primary residence, and address privacy impacts resulting from ADU construction. On September 13th of this year, the Planning Commission considered the draft ordinance and recommended approval to the Council, with the recommendation that the parking requirements for all ADUs be eliminated. This recommendation is reflected in the draft ordinance before you tonight. Next slide. Upon further consideration following the Planning Commission hearing, staff recommends additional objective standards that further address the purpose to maintain the residential appearance of properties, ensure consistency with the primary residence, and further address impacts resulting from ADU construction. These additional standards are included in the draft ordinance as attachment 1 to your staff report. Next slide. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Council introduce the ordinance with the Planning Commission and staff's recommendations as reflected in attachment 1. This concludes my presentation, and staff's available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. So I very much appreciate all the hard work on this. One question I did have is that we've now just, I don't know if you'll know the answer to this, but we've now just gone through another legislative cycle with a bunch of new laws. Some of them being, there's the YIGB law, SB4, which is like by right housing on some, large parcels of land. Have you seen any new changes that we will, where we'll need to be doing this again?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. The only possible change that the Council could consider, it's not mandated by the state that I'm aware of, is to allow for separate sale of accessory dwelling units separate from the residence via a condo map. That is not a requirement of the state, but the state has opened that avenue up, and jurisdictions may choose to implement that. But as of now, I'm not aware of any changes, but I'm sure that they're coming down the pipeline.
Continue.
Thank you. Yeah, and so one other place where I've heard this from 2 residents now who are interested in doing not second-story ADUs but 2-story ADUs under 1,200 square feet. And there's a lot of municipalities that have let that happen. And my understanding is our current ordinance does not allow that 2-story ADU to be built. Correct?
That's correct. The council, I believe in 2017, when they allowed the second-story ADUs, only allowed them to occupy a single story.
Okay, got it. I know that is not at all what we're talking about this evening. I think there's good arguments for why that, especially with them still being under 1,200 square feet, something maybe to look at in the future. But I think this looks great.
Councilmember Hudes and then Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. I wonder if you could give us a brief overview of the SB9 secondary units and the ADUs, particularly with regard to the experience that we've had in town, over the last, whatever it is, year and a half or so.
Thank you for that question, and I can start, and perhaps other planning staff can jump in. I believe, or my impression is that when SB9 came online and became effective, we started receiving applications. I'm not sure what the balance is relative to ADU applications, but people are certainly taking advantage of both SB9 and the ADU legislation.
And if I could follow up, maybe just if you could give us a brief on the difference between the type of secondary units that are being proposed and the ADUs, and whether those secondary units would comply with these current ADU regulations.
Thank you for that question. SB9 and the SB9 2-unit development arm, because SB9 is divided into 2 different processes, the urban lot split and the 2-unit development. The 2-unit development is actually very similar in kind of the final product to the ADU, except the JADU is not part of the conversation, but a 2-unit development would allow a single property to include a second unit on the property. The first unit would be limited to 1,200 square feet. What SB9 does differently than ADUs is that the ordinance describes the configuration as a duplex and provides more latitude for how you configure the second unit. It could be upstairs, it could be side by side, they could be detached. There are some similarities and some differences. ADUs are restricted from being constructed in front of a primary residence unless that precludes development of an 800 square foot unit, but SB9 does not have that limitation.
Continue.
What about parking? Because that's the proposed change here.
I appreciate that question as well, and we'll plead a little bit of not necessarily ignorance, but would need to look that up, and perhaps there's a planning staff that can help jump in on that.
Thank you.
Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. There are similar parking requirements between our current ADU and SB9. If you're within a certain radius of public transit, then you aren't required to have any parking. SB9 has provisions to allow parking spaces in the required setbacks, in the front and street side setback. So there's a little bit of variation, but we, at this point, are requiring parking to be provided for those SB9 units, though in some cases it's just 1 per unit, where a detached single-family home would be required 2. So there's some nuance depending on what exact configuration and location you're talking about.
Thank you, but it hasn't been eliminated from SB9 parking.
Correct.
Councilmember Rennie.
I was just going to respond to Councilmember Moore's comment about second story. What I recall was the intention was if the house is already 2 stories, then you could build a 2-story ADU, but we thought it would look strange if you have a single-story house and then you built kind of a small 2-story ADU unit. Of course, we can always change that if you want to bring it up.
Yeah, so just so sorry.
Councilmember Moore.
Just so I'm clear, so can we build 2-story, like straight, not second-story ADUs, but 2-story ADUs for 2-story homes?
Thank you for that question. To clarify, the code does not allow an ADU to occupy multiple stories. It would need to be located on a single story. The draft ordinance in front of you makes that more explicitly clear than previous. The scenario that was considered by the council originally was if the main residence was 2 stories, then a second-story ADU could be constructed above an existing detached structure, typically a garage.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, what I was talking, I don't necessarily want to make 2-story ADUs for single-story homes, but I think for a 2-story home, again, not what we're talking about tonight.
Thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment right now? All right, we'll be returning to our conversation, but I'll open the public comment. And I have one card, Lee Quintana.
The staff, the staff report on this item is over 200 pages long, maybe 300 pages long. It has a lot of detail and repetitiveness, and it is difficult to follow from the beginning to the end. The discussion in the staff report on the background talks about changes that are being made based on the current laws. However, I would really appreciate if, through the chair, you could request that staff summarize the changes that have been made based on the new laws that are being incorporated into it, so that it's clear what is new and what is being carried over. The information is in the staff report, but you have to go through so much to get to it, and by the end of reading it once, I was lost part of it. But one thing I did note was that, and I didn't pick it up from the staff report itself, I picked it up from reading the Planning Commission report, where the addendum referred to modifying table 2.1, I believe it's 2.1, to include the 800 square foot units being able to be, I believe, attached, but in the front yard setback, if that was required to allow at least an 800 square foot unit. It's in the table, but when I read through the table to begin with, before I read the Planning Commission report, I missed the fact that it's a footnote. And to me, that's an important concept that should be within the table itself and not as a footnote. My other question is, when you say limited to 1 story, is it possible for a detached ADU to functionally have 1,200 square feet, 600 above ground, and 600 in the basement? And I'm not sure I understood that the second story, that an ADU has to be contained in 1 story only, so that you couldn't attach 2 stories to an existing house. It would have to be above a garage. I'm not sure I understood all that, and I'd like clarification.
Okay, thank you for your thoughtful questions. I've written them down and we'll do that. Vice Mayor. Ms. Quintana, I think we have a question for you. I'm sorry, the Vice Mayor.
Thank you for coming back. I have a question for you. Can you provide your thoughts on the elimination of parking as recommended by the Planning Commission?
I really haven't given it much thought, but it seems to me that in the hillsides, so many of the streets do not afford parking on the streets that it seems logical to me, in the hillsides at least, that maybe there should be parking required. As to the others, that's determined by the state law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers on Zoom?
There's no one on Zoom.
Okay. With that, I'll close the public comment, and I just wanted to ask if staff could, for us, answer some of the questions. One is, when we say no two-level ADU, does that mean it can't be a second level above a first level, or it can't be two-level if it were attached to something that had a basement? I can't imagine someone building an ADU by digging a basement, but...
Thank you for that question, Mayor. To clarify, the ADU could only occupy a single level, whether that ADU is located in a basement, which we do see, or it's located on the first floor with a basement underneath. In that configuration, the two could not connect internally. We have had circumstances where people propose that, and we require an outside stair and they use it for storage. It couldn't be part of the ADU. And then additionally, it could be on the second story in certain circumstances, but that second story could not be directly connected internally to the lower floor.
Got it. And then I guess the other question where Ms. Quintana asked about the changes based on laws, it looks like, I mean, is that kind of top level covered in one of these slides? And can you tell us which ones are specifically because of laws and which ones are for privacy?
Thank you. The slides attempted to provide a very, very high level look at what the changes were. What we found as we dug into the state law, now that it's been a number of years and numbers of laws that have changed the government code, is that our code was not just respond, or the draft ordinance was not going to need to respond just to the most recent Assembly bills and Senate bills, but other items we may have not included previously that we probably should have. So that's why we did a complete overhaul and went line by line through the three pertinent government code sections to provide a summary of every change that we made for state law. That was provided in the Planning Commission staff report, and that's what I would suggest reviewing as we went through line by line of how we changed it and why some items were from HCD guidance that we've received over the years, and some were from state law, and some were from neighbor input from ADUs being built on neighboring properties.
Okay, thank you. And I would say that I appreciate, talk about an unfunded mandate or constantly trying to keep up. And then I do appreciate the additional work that was done to deal with privacy, because I think that's the number one thing I hear from people when an ADU by right can pop up. Let's preserve privacy. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mullen. As a follow-up, what page of the staff report could I find that Planning Commission analysis on?
Beginning on page 429 of your packet through 439 of your packet.
Okay, thank you. I'll be mulling that over while others are asking questions.
Thank you.
I had a question about parking. I watched the Planning Commission, I read the minutes, and I understand that the discussion around removing parking requirements was presumably to decrease a barrier to ADU production. But I am curious, as ADUs are going through, are we seeing, or anecdotally, are you hearing about parking impact issues, or are people voluntarily providing parking? And then I think there was a good point made about the hillside, although I would think if someone built, when I think about some of the mountain roads, there is no parking. If you built an ADU that had no parking, no one would ever live there. But how might we address that, and what issues have come up right now, and what issues might we make worse if we removed parking requirements?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to respond to all those questions. Anecdotally, I would say that the vast majority of ADU applications that we receive get exempted from parking under the existing code, which allows you to exempt or get rid of parking requirements if you're located within a half-mile walking distance of a transit stop. The new code, if you recognize, talks about transit stops. It also talks about high-quality transit corridors, and another item that slips in my mind right now. That's a different measure, and there's only one location in town that really qualifies for that. That allows for increased heights of ADUs, so we don't see too much of that. In the hillsides, typically, not all, typically properties are larger, and they would be required to accommodate a single parking space, and they tend to not have any problems. That's not 100% of the time. There are smaller lots up there. There are large lots that are highly constrained, and we have had occurrences where parking's been very challenging to accommodate. But the majority, especially down in the flatlands, tend to either voluntarily offer the parking if they're exempt, or just are exempted and don't add it. I would say a lot of parking, because of the allowances in the ADU ordinance, is accommodated in the driveway, because we reduced the barriers by allowing stacked parking and parking in the front setback. So existing driveways, typically it's just a checkbox to make the parking work if they are required to do it.
Okay, because then I'm a little concerned about adding in, I mean, it sounds like the Planning Commission request or addition was to just remove parking requirements, and I'm not sure how well that's vetted, or it sounds like there's enough exemptions right now that this might potentially cause problems in areas where we don't want to cause problems.
I think that's certainly a potential. That will, if parking requirements were eliminated, there may be some challenging properties where they would not be able to build an ADU because that would be they're too far from transit and they're required to meet their parking, and they may not be able to accommodate it on site. We have circumstances like that, but most properties are able to accommodate it because they're larger in the hillside, or find an exemption or capitalize on their front yard setback in the lowlands.
Okay, thank you. That's important to consider. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I have 3 questions about parking. The first one is, what was the Planning Commission's rationale for removing the parking requirements?
Thank you for that question. My recollection is that it was responding to the state continuing to remove barriers, and that they wanted to further remove barriers.
Okay, so the second question is, if it's not a state requirement now to remove parking, is there any evidence that eliminating parking requirements actually stimulates ADU development?
There's no direct evidence, and it's not something staff looked into. And I have not had any conversations with folks that come to the counter or call wanting to build an ADU and only to find out that they can't accommodate parking, so they abandon the project. We usually find a way to get there with them, and allow, with the parking allowances in the front yards and things like that, we usually find a way to make it happen.
Okay, and one last one, if I may. Any information from other municipalities? Have they eliminated parking for ADUs in general?
I looked at many municipalities, but not specifically to parking, to be honest. I was really looking at objective design standards throughout the state and similar communities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any discussion? Any motions? Councilmember Rennie.
I'm willing to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation on this.
Okay. That includes the removal of the parking requirement?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I don't really see evidence or rationale for removing the parking requirements, and I think that it could cause hardship and impact on neighbors.
Do we have a second? I'm sorry, I called on you. I thought a second.
I'll second.
Councilmember Moore, now we'll have the discussion. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for the procedural
So
check.
just rewinding, I don't see rationale for removing the parking requirements, and any evidence that eliminating the requirement would stimulate ADU development. But I do think that having spoken to neighbors who've had an ADU go up near them, they are concerned about parking, and so the degree to which our current regulations help to find a solution for parking would be certainly better than just eliminating the parking requirement. And also, I think I understand that we have not removed the parking requirement for SB 9, and so I'm not sure why we would do it for ADU without looking at both of those together. So if in the totality of the motion, I would have a problem supporting it as currently stated, to remove all parking requirements.
Councilmember Rennie.
So responding to the comments about staff using other ways to accommodate it, what I heard was allow stack parking. Well, if you have no requirement, they're going to stack parking anyway. So, or allowing them to park in the setback, which if you don't have a parking requirement, they could do that anyway. So I don't really see, in a case where there's driveways too short and there's no way to build a second driveway, then you're just saying those ADUs can't be built. And I'm wondering if that's even legal with the state. I mean, if there's no way to provide, maybe that's a question for staff, is if there's no way to provide parking, are we in violation of state law if we don't allow an ADU to be built? And
there are certain parts of the state law that say you can't impose it if it would preclude building an 800 square foot ADU, but there's no provision like that for parking. So there's nothing in the state law that says your local agencies aren't able to require parking if it would preclude construction of an ADU.
so you could preclude construction by a parking requirement, is what you're saying?
That's right.
Okay.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So I wanted to just get staff's perspective on the streamlining in terms of the process. Do you think, does this streamlining of just, this last, looking at what the language used to be, it's a page long, now it's just, no parking requirement. Does that make the process easier on staff side? And then also, do you think that will make the application process easier for people interested in building an ADU?
Thank you for that question. I'm not sure that it would make it easier for people. I think it would have a neutral impact on them. I think there might, on the majority of them, I should say, I think there's going to be challenging situations with those constrained lots that do come up and do take a little bit of extra time. From a staff perspective, the benefit of this type of ordinance where everything has to be objective is it's binary. It either meets it or it doesn't. So I'm looking at the exceptions of the parking section as it was previously proposed to the Planning Commission, and as I read through this, it's a pretty straightforward analysis from staff standpoint.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
What is the average number of ADUs that are built within a year?
Thank you for that question. And may I ask a clarifying question? Built within or completed within a year?
Or even, let's say, applied for within a year's time. Because, how many, I'm sensitive to parking. I live on a street that's really dangerous with parking issues, so I'm very sensitive to it. But if it's something where we don't have that many ADUs that are being built and it's not that big of a problem, through the town, I would just like to get a feel for the number of units or ADUs that we see applications for in a year's time.
Thank you for that question, Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. We are averaging, the last few years, it's been about 30 across the entirety of the town. It may be at 32 or 34 in terms of applications received. We are estimating in the housing element approximately 20 because we're looking back 4 or 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a comment. In general, I think, ultimately we'll be moving away from parking minimums, and it may be that state law takes this away from us at some point. But the concern I would have is that I would like to see the encouragement to the ADUs, and if we knew that this was a big barrier, that there were people coming and saying, I just can't accommodate the parking now, I can't build my ADU, I think it would be more compelling. But right now, if people that are not within that half mile of transit or they're in more difficult locations are coming up with parking, I don't think that's a bad thing, because I think as we go forward, as more housing gets created, as who knows what SB 9 will do, if there's more smaller units coming along, people will ultimately, well, I'm thinking we may ultimately run into a big parking problem if all of a sudden on a street everybody added an ADU or something. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'm in general wanting, cars take up a lot of space, parking spaces are expensive, that is an additional cost on an ADU if you have to put in another driveway or something. And I've watched a lot of projects come forward over the last 20, 25 years where people have to do things to accommodate their vehicles off the street. And guess what? They don't park there. They end up turning it into a swimming pool or turning it into something else, and they still park on the street. But ultimately, if the street got crowded enough, they would have that place to store their vehicle. So I think I'm not necessarily inclined to support that part of it. If we can have a friendly amendment to adopt this, adopt the recommendation, with the addition by staff, but take out the recommendation to remove the parking requirement, I could support the motion.
No, just call a question, let it fail.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Okay, so fails 2-3 with Councilmember Hudes, the mayor and vice mayor voting no. Then I will make another motion, unless somebody else wants to accept the recommendation from the Planning Commission with the additions by staff to address the privacy issues. I apologize, I don't have the exact motion in front of me, but to remove the recommendation by the Planning Commission to eliminate parking requirement. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I had a question for staff, and then I'd be willing to recommend. The parking requirement, were there changes in the staff report that went to the Planning Commission on the parking section?
Thank you for that question. As I scroll to that in the Planning Commission staff report, because I want to double check, I believe it was just reorganized. I don't think we added any language. And as I indicated in the PC report, they remain largely unchanged. Some reorganization had occurred to group all the exceptions together that had been spread out a little bit in the previous code.
Okay, then I would have a friendly amendment, and that is to include the parking requirements that were in the staff report, the reorganized parking requirements that went to the Planning Commission, but ultimately did not pass.
Okay, I'll accept that. I found the right page, so manager, I don't think I did my motion correctly, but.
Yeah, we just need a second to the motion.
Yeah, I would second the motion.
It was the second with that change. So I think what I'm actually doing is introducing an ordinance titled an ordinance of the town council. This is the recommendation, right?
Yes, but I believe you can make the motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Okay, then we'll accept staff's recommendation, and we've got a second.
I accept the changes if there are any.
Okay. Councilmember Rennie.
I have no idea what we're voting on now.
So what I've heard is there's a motion to introduce the ordinance with the planning commission's and staff's recommendation, except that the parking requirements that were proposed to the planning commission will be added back in.
So removing the planning commission's recommendation to remove the parking requirements and going back to what staff recommended to the planning commission.
Right.
Does that make sense, Councilmember Rennie?
Doesn't matter. I'm going to vote no.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Rennie voting no. I want to make sure we have this exactly right because I kind of mushed through it.
So it was a motion to introduce the ordinance with the planning commission and staff recommendations, except that the parking requirements as proposed by staff to planning commission will be included.
Okay. All right. So we've concluded that item. It's not even midnight, and meeting adjourned.